Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? Welcome to the stream. It's so good to see you all. Give me a couple moments to get fully set up. We're going to be going. All right. Hello. How are we doing? Hi, guys. A couple things sorted out nearly there. All right. Hello. Sorry, I'm multitasking hard right now. I promise. Reset. Close. So loud. Hello. Thank you so much for the resub. How are you doing? Thank you for being the circuit. Yeah, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it. Good to see you again. I hope everyone's doing well. Welcome to the stream. I'm just getting kicked off, guys. Sorry, I got a couple things to sort out. I was not quite organized for our start time. Our first match of the day is replays because ByuN wanted to play the Sparkly Tuna Cup. As such, he was not able to play it live. So ByuN's not here for the first match, so he pre-played with Hero. This was played literally 2 hours ago, so it's not an old set of games or anything along those lines. Just is obviously also not a new set of games. But yeah, we're gonna kick this off and get this ready to go. So it's ByuN versus Hero, and then we will also have today ByuN versus Hero. Following ByuN Hero, gonna go MaxPax versus Zaun, CLEM versus Nightmare, and then the lower bracket match, the elimination match in round 1, and then the winner bracket semi-finals. So we got ourselves 5 best of 5s coming up, starting with this ByuN Hero series. And that's how things are going to go. Awesome. Alrighty, so, yeah, hope everyone's doing well. Again, welcome to the stream today. Good to see you all. This is the WardiTV Summer Championship. It's our playoffs. We are here in the top 8 of the competition. Let's show you guys what the bracket looks like, just quickly before we do start up in full, shall we? So this is our bracket. This is our playoff bracket. With CLEM vs Nightmare, MaxPax vs Zaun, Hero vs ByuN, Classic vs Cure. Obviously, no Zergs made it to the top 8, unfortunately. Sometimes it just be like that. All good, though. Looking forward to the ZVZ. Yeah, that's in the consolation matches, huh, I guess? Yep, over in the consolation matches on ZVZ. But, yes, no, it's going to be fun. We've got some great players, and we're going to crown ourselves a summer champion at the end of the week. So we got day 1 today, and then Tuesday and Thursday will be the other playoff days. I hate not ending it on a weekend. Honestly, I actually didn't realize that the Comeback TV tournament was being played in the evenings. If I did, we would have just finished it on Saturday and Sunday next weekend. I thought that was being played like through the day. That's on me for not double checking things carefully enough, apparently. So yeah, I should have. We probably could have had a better schedule for this, but honestly, it's not so bad because the more time I have off close to the wedding, the better. We are going to be taking probably about 10 days off streaming for the wedding, guys. So this is like the final week of streams pre-wedding, and then it's going to be me disappearing for a little bit. We come back, and we'll be getting back on the grind. All right, let's jump into Hero versus ByuN, the first match of the day. The best of 5 starts up on Tokamak as we get this up and running. And we'll get this ready to roll. Game number 1 of a B05 coming on at you. let's get in game. Let's get to it. Let's see what we've got for ourselves. As in the top right corner of the map, the blue Protoss player representing no team at all, because he actually just got dropped by Twisted Minds, I believe. It is going to be Hero in the top right corner of Tokamak. Bottom left-hand side of Tokamak, our red Terran player here is ByuN. As we take ourselves into the opening game of the day, the opening match of the playoffs. Of course, a lot of money on the line, $5,000 in total. That is spread across more than just the top 8 players. Everyone that participates in this event actually does earn prize money, as I just realized I'm not on TL, so give me a second. Yeah, everyone who participates in this event does take home prize money. First place prize will be $1,300. Obviously scales down from them. Being in the top 8 is $200 guaranteed. So every series you win is at least plus $50 for the first one, and then a plus $100 and more for every series you win after that. So this is where the stakes really start kind of, getting a little bit higher. And of course, the top 2 players get themselves a seeded start in the WardiTV 2025 Championship that bypasses the group stages. It puts you straight into the championship bracket as we look to crown the champ of 2025. So that's obviously kind of up for grabs as well. We already have one player in these playoffs that already has that kind of locked in, and that is MaxPax, as he came in the top of the European League. So again, that win in the European League obviously gave him that qualification, and we'll have more given out in the Korean Royale and also the Fall Frenzy. And then we'll have 8 players seeded into the championship bracket and 8 slots up for grabs throughout the group stages and the qualification process of the 2025 championship as well. So we got a lot of stuff on the line, because like I say, it's not just about this tournament here. Again, guaranteed playoffs in the in the next tournament as well. It's I don't know what top 8's going to be necessarily, or top 16's going to be necessarily, but you're probably talking about at least plus $150 guaranteed or something, which, don't get me wrong, is nothing, but it also is that chance for then every series you play to be worth that much more money. That part is not guaranteed, although, you would have to go through the group stages to get there, so just bypassing that and giving yourself an easier time by having participated in the earlier WardiTV events goes a long way. All of our events do interconnect. No game sounds. Oh, sorry guys, I have it, I have the sound muted to stream, but I could still hear it, so apologies. I just have it, I had it like that because I was doing a couple of things while the stream was introing, so just didn't want you guys to hear me messing around, and then forgot to turn it off, because to me, I hear the game sounds, I hear everything just working normally, so apologies. Thank you for hitting me up with that. One of the few times Twitch shouts game sounds, and it's actually correct. Yeah, usually it's when we're watching someone stream and they're casting as well, right? So you can't realistically put them on, but this time, it was A-okay. Gateway dropping down the Twilight Council building, as we just have ourselves a few moments of settling into this game number 1. I'm excited to see what happens on Tokamak. Not really expecting anything in particular. Something coming about, just going to hallucinate the Phoenix out down to the bottom left-hand side. I'm excited to see that kind of moving along. Let's have DJ Crispy, how you doing? Happy Sunday to you. Good to see you. I see the Cyclone locking on, hallucination will go down, a few Marines gather over, and the medevac will boost out to the front. We've seen that medevac is going to go chilling out over the other side, then it's just going to go on a little bit of a wander. We do have ByuN looking to apply some pressure in these early stages. That's the medevac. That's going to boost through. A couple of Widow Mines are ready to drop off, and obviously see what Hero's defense is like, but Zelda Stalker's in position. No blink, as we just played the Twilight Council into a Templar Archives and charge, then finishing up. So we are going to have that charge online. That doesn't necessarily help against this mine drop as much as the Stalker's having Blinkwood, and that first mine actually looked fairly dangerous. Going to actually let that second one go off and get a Zealot low. Stalkers will not be able to be close enough to get rid of the medevac. It's one of the costliness the costly parts of kind of playing the charge opening here, as again that medevac is going to be a little bit deadlier, simply for the fact that you can't stop it as easily. So deadly by lack of or deadly through lack of defense, I suppose. Just see the few stalkers still gathering together for a couple of moments. So we really do just sit down, settle down. There's actually a few units going across through the center, but that's going to be a couple of zealots that just run into the rest of this army. This is the kind of push you would not expect to really work for ByuN, because we are playing against a charge opening. These charge openings are meant to defend against this kind of thing, but ByuN is pushing across the map anyway, despite knowing that charge is online. So ByuN is going to try and make this happen. It's going to have the Marines, the Banshee firing through there as the pylon taking some shots. A couple of tanks get sieged up. 7 probes went down. The Wooden Mine drop that came back into the main base, by the way, and so Hero's just out of position. Third Nexus will get cancelled, and ByuN gets off to a stellar start at the beginning of this game and this series. This really was great. Just again, that Wooden Mine drop back into the main actually got a big probe connection. Hero panicking as he's also taking damage out at the front at the same time and not dealing well in those moments of panic. This is a rare moment where Hero actually kind of gets caught off a little bit. Now we're going to see Hero catching this army coming back, but there's still not that many zealots. The tanks get sieged. There is Storm available now, which is maybe a big deal breaker. Especially if you eat the Storm on every single Marine. Oh, man. I was literally about to say. But Storm probably can't even get much of a fight going here if ByuN just retreats away. He's done good damage and he's getting out alive. And then he lost every single Marine to that first Storm. Absolutely brutal. The Marines don't have stims. They're not fast moving. So splitting out of that Storm is slow. And ByuN was just kind of wandering inside of it for a while. This means his army gets cleaned up. The medevac will evacuate what it can. But the reality is that this was expensive. The double Banshee will show up and forces the recall, and we'll get a few probes, and with no blink done, obviously chasing down those Banshees will continue to be a challenge for the foreseeable future, so Banshees will just go in and continue to take down some workers, a few more workers dropping already, and just being able to knock those out of the way. Stimpak and +1 coming up as well, and we just go from there. Some more units still heading down the bottom. A couple of Vikings, Marines, and Marauders coming through. The +1 attack and Stimpak continue to come by. Just going to see the Banshee trying to get the probes. Not quite able to just yet as the couple of SCVs go down in the center. The Stalkers still gather up. This one SCV heads down the bottom. Again, Stimpak and +1 building through. The rest of the army gathering. The Templars will begin to move out. Ghost Academy building in. Bunker again about halfway done. Still got medevacs building through. Marine Marauder online. Our army of Hero continues to head down through the center of the map to the bottom side of this. Observer will continue through. And all the command wants to get set up right there as well. It's just going to try and get that right down into position. So yeah, that third base set up. Yeah, again, it was still not a bad start from ByuN in this game. It's just losing that army really takes away any momentum you might have been able to follow up with and any kind of punch you might have been able to reserve for the next attack. Because now, you know, fourth base comes up, and what does ByuN do? And he's sat back at home. Like I say, he's done good damage. He was not on a great work account. He just could have had more units to go along with all of this, and that truly is just kind of the standout, not even necessarily the problem, it's just the standout missed opportunity. Like, it's not a problem because he's still fine in the game, he's still leading, I would say even. It's just, you know, opportunity. When you're playing like someone like Hero in this matchup right now, you kind of need to take every single chance you get, and this so far has not been, you know, taking every chance you get, because you let it slip away with that Storm on all those Marines and not getting that army back away. That obviously really adds up against you, so a little bit tough for sure. Prism all the way back to the upper right hand side. Observers setting up gateways and the forge come through. A couple of cannons will produce. And the cloaking coming up on the Ghost Academy is a little bit more Marine Marauder. Builds on in. Just see 2 more cannons building up. The armory on the way down, so we got ourselves ready for the next set of upgrades too. As ByuN sets to go into 2-2 directly. Will be pretty fast upgrades from Hero. +1 done, and now 2-1 of his own starting up, so it takes the lead there. As the Sensor Tower comes to the front, and ByuN clearly with Ghosts out, and just in general looking to play kind of a longer game with the setup now. Understanding this game's probably not going to end super soon, so get the Sensor Towers down, get everything else settled in. It's going to be a little scan ahead, see what you're attacking into potentially as you chase down some Zealots. And then we just pull back for another few moments. The army still just gathers on in. Again, 3 more barracks on the way. Armory and the starport building as we speak. We got the cloaking finishing very shortly. And that one zealot continues to come around. Just finds a marine over on the side. Runs him to the front. And is going to get blasted by a siege tank. Just because the zealot was there. And otherwise a few stalkers will get down to business. Working their way through a set of rocks and trying to open up the space on the map once more. So Narcon's just going to knock those rocks down again, take that out, open up that little bit of space here. You like to see it. As you have the Bioforce actually take a stim around the right side. I imagine if ByuN his main approach in this game is likely going to be one of kind of splitting the army and trying to attack multiple sides and directions at a time, trying to split up that Protoss army in doing so. If I had to guess, that would probably be the go-to kind of plan, as a few zealots charge on in. The storm coming down, a little bit of bio coming about, Pylon taking some damage, and just have 3-2 upgrades coming around, 2-2 upgrades coming up as well, Tempests producing 3 Tempests coming up all at once right now. Just bring that all in, a little bit of this army getting caught, as we're actually going to see ByuN trying to retreat away, but he retreats into those storms. The High Templars were a moment or two late at being dealt with, and that means that ByuN kind of misses the opportunity a little bit. It really lets his opponent kind of get in there and see some success. Now we've got Hero continue to chase this army down. Still having a look to see if he can get anything more done. I think ByuN might be far enough away at this stage to just have gotten out of here, though. And to make this a little bit more A-OK. The army going to relocate back around over to the left side. So try and bring this across. And obviously Hero taking a good fight. And a lot of ByuN's army low. Hero should be looking at another base node. Like, typically in this sort of state of the game, the Protoss starts to expand en masse. I think a 5th Nexus can come down here. Like, I understand Hero was obviously delayed early in this game. He had actually, he had taken a lot of damage. Hero's definitely playing from a deficit, and that might slow his initial kind of setup onto extra bases. But this is the moment. You've got map control. You don't have tons of money in the bank, but you don't need it. Just start up one Nexus and just let that start being the extent of your empire, building up from there. I think is generally an absolutely fine way to approach this. The bio is going to stim in and is going to go in after a couple of those units. And with the EMPs coming down, might even be able to chase the Tempest. The Vikings trying to get some shots off. One Tempest will fall. So you see, honestly, pretty decent damage being done here by ByuN. He continues to press up. The Immortal and the Stalkers keep on going down. ByuN is winning this fight as Hero has chased a little bit too haphazardly across to the other side and did not have a retreat ready. Now he's going to have to try and get this Tempest out of here. Tempest is going to make the most of it and try and target down whatever they can. There's only a few Marines in this army, so one Tempest falls and that will be it. It's obviously not a lot. Could have been a whole lot more if there was some more Marines here. And the Tempest is actually still bullying. ByuN doesn't have enough to stop this from happening. And isn't that just a little bit crazy as the Tempest turn back the other way? That really is a little bit crazy as well, for sure. Holy. It's kind of a wild time coming through right at the moment. That Bioforce gathers in together. I'm just going to be seeing the Mothership plus 3 attack coming through as well. A little bit of everything on the way. Just going to be seeing the CC finishing morphing into the Planetary Fortress out on the low ground. Probe gets taken down. Just going to be seeing the Storm coming through. The Ghost taking some damage. Pressing forward. ByuN nearly getting the Prism as well. Again, the Tempest is the one thing we don't have a great answer to just yet. The Viking count not high enough to truly fight this so far. Bio has to pull back. The Ghost will gather. We're just going to be seeing the Vikings still over the head. The Mothership about to complete. Colossus and the Extended Thermal Lance coming in. We got the 3-3 upgrades and the +2 ship weapons online as well over these next few moments. And that should only help with the one problem that ByuN is having, which is really just getting rid of these Tempests. They are consistently being a pain in his butt right now. They're causing a lot of trouble as that Prism tries to come forward once more. Loses the High Templar, and it's kind of low as well. That Prism kind of needs to be careful itself, to be honest. We get the planetary force on the bottom side, so no 5th base for ByuN. It's a nice thing to get rid of. His man Hero bullying back despite having had such a bad fight, able to get back on the map and really stand up for himself. 12, 13 SCVs going down as the remnants down there get picked off. You can see a few Zelds turning back around, everything else still joining back in the center. Couple Tempests want to go after those medevacs. Another storm coming down, the Vikings taking shots, the mothership trying to cloak up once again. You have this army still settling down and just going to be seeing an Observer getting picked off in the center as well, so that will go down. Observer gets picked just for the moment here. Fire Force pushing up, EMP's going down, hits every single High Templar. We're just going to be having the Vikings continue to chase in. That's a storm that comes down. Going to be seeing the mothership. Going to sit right there as well. One more Archon morphing in. We're just going to be seeing the +3 armor. There's a couple of Archons coming up. The Bio and the Viking Force continue to come through. 3/3 upgrades, +3 ship weapons, all of that building in. Going to be a lot of stuff on the way through as the couple of Zelds and the Stalker stepping down this ramp. Hero looking to press on forward here. The Templar drops the storm. It's going to be seeing the army pushing back and away. The Zelds on the left-hand side are going to be in pretty good numbers. It's going to be terrifying for ByuN. He does not have the units he needs to fight that, so he needs to split a little bit more off. He's looking for this fight. He's hit good EMPs throughout this game, and another one there. High Templar do not have the energy to push this back, as the Mothership will be chased. The Mothership will be the first thing to go down here. And now the Tempest army gets chased down as well. Tempest getting a few shots back the other side. 12 SCVs going down. EMPs dropping through. The Zelds will get cleaned up as well, as that is going to be a pickoff, as the couple of Vikings will continue to gather together. Just steps up, another couple of EMPs come down. The Tempest will fall. While Stalkers and the Archons are still gathering up, and Hero will back away as the Bioforce turns back down to this bottom side. Rocks will take damage. And that will drop as the CC in the bottom right morphs into the Planetary Fortress, and it's Hero still pressure on the map. ByuN's taking some very good fights. I'm a little bit afraid that obviously maybe he lost his bases for a little bit here. That 5th base not being online for a little while maybe could be one of the things that comes back to haunt him a little bit given time. This army of Hero is chasing in once more. Tempest firing, multiple taking hits. You see the EMP coming back down onto that army. The EMPs really have been great in this game, and they've opened the door. Tell you what's been shutting the door back in return from Hero. The Tempests, honestly, have been absolute MVPs. Without those Tempests, this would not have been anywhere near as successful of a trade. As the army comes back over to the right-hand side, we're just going to be seeing our Stalker, +3 armor, +2 air weapons coming up. I missed that turret. Taking some shots. Another tower over the side, getting picked up as well. The Vikings are going to turn. The Tempest in trouble. We have a couple more Tempest shots still firing away here as the army of ByuN wants to try and close the distance, but so far is unable to. Now going to get a step up. I do not know how low HP all those Vikings are. I really feel like that might be something we regret not fixing. You know, get a few repairs going, etc. Because right now those Vikings are super low, and how do you engage? New Viking showing up. ByuN loses the 5th base again. On the top side of the map, he's got a bit of a drop here, but that's going to be forced back by the recall. And Hero splits his army to recall there, and maybe that means we could capitalize on this force here, because that's a lot of units brought back home. It's just a few High Templar that are left with that. Would have gone a long way. +2 air weapons coming up. EMPs coming down. The Tempest and the Colossus taking shots again. Vikings all chased. The Tempest taking shots. The High Templars, the Sentry continue to be chased down. Another storm coming in toward the Vikings. Extra Zelds being walked through. Tempest and the +2 air weapons coming up as well. As our Stalkers want to take a step through the center here. So again, settling to try and keep this pressure up. Hero's just always on the map. And obviously when you've got the Tempest especially, and they're able to reach so far, being on the map constantly is such a benefit to be able to play with. It's definitely been one of the major reasons he's seen so much success so far, as the Stalkers get chased back around the right side. A few Zelds charge through, Sensor Tower goes down. We run in Eva over here. As the Vikings lift back up, the SCVs come in, the orbital command has to lift off. I think ByuN's in trouble. He's going to type GG, and Hero's going to take the opening game of this best of 5. Alright, so Hero gets the start of this series in his favor. Because I'll just address this against, yes, these games are replays. They were played about an hour ago. I got sent them 2 hours ago. So they got played about 2 hours ago. I'm not going to put replays in the title because it's one series that's replays, and I'm not going to harm my own viewership because the problem is people see replays and they're like, well, these games have been casted before. So then people don't, will just not click, even though it's stupid because these games are literally fresh. So I'm not going to put replays in the title. If if it was a recast of something, sure, but this is like the first time these games are being seen by anybody still. And it's purely because I try and let the players play whatever they want to play. And I think I'm one of the few organizers that actively allows the players to pre-play matches on a fairly regular basis. And then for example, this is being played simply because ByuN wanted to play a different tournament. Like, he wanted to go and play in, in the Sparkling Tuna Cup, which is, like $100 cup. Like, I could have just said, no, come and play live. So, I'm already taking the hit of casting replays myself, because I don't like casting replays. It's simply, to benefit the players, so I'm not going to put it in my title and potentially hurt the viewership even more when I'm just trying to do a good thing for the guys, So, yeah. This really is just like I say, pretty much as fresh as it gets. We pretty much always try and cast from, live games. But the other thing we try and do is to keep the players happy because, yeah, the players are kind of needed, you kind of need those guys to be able to have tournaments, believe it or not. So yeah, we kind of need to keep the players happy, and if ByuN wants to go play in the Sparkling Tuna Cup, we have to cast one series today from replays. It's whatever, So, yeah. It's just some stream delay. Yeah, it'd be very different if this was like, if someone cast the WardiTV Summer Championship yesterday and I'm like, right guys, here we go, live matches, no one's seen this. Like, that's a bit deceitful. But, like, to me, this is just live. Like, this is the live showing of these games still. The players are not playing in this moment, sure, which is obviously typically the meaning of live, but, this is pretty much as close to live as we get outside of that, because this is still the first time anyone gets to see these matches. So, it really, to me, I call this live personally as well. Some people will argue on that point, which is fair enough, but to me, this is live because it's the live version of these games being shown. So, it's not live though. But it is live. Like, I'm live right now. The game is live. It was just played an hour or so ago. Is CLEM played already? Nope, this is our first series of the day. It would be more honest to say it like it is in the title. Okay, I will add in my title right now. First series is from replays. From 2 hours ago. There you go, are you happy? Did that change it? I literally have mentioned it multiple times. I even, like I say, I don't like doing it because it literally hurts my viewership. But you know what? If you want me to have less viewership for the sake of being good to the players, it's in the title. There you go. I hope it improves your viewing experience. Top left is Hero, the Blue Protoss player. And in the bottom left, our Red Terran player is ByuN. As we get into game 2 of this best of 5 series. Sublex470. Thanks so much for the 3-year resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. As we get ourselves up and rolling. Okay, we're going to finish. The barracks is coming through. As we have Last Fantasy coming up. Next, it drops down on the natural. Cybercore coming in. Just have ourselves the next continuing through. The pro will be coming across the map. Obviously, we would like to scout because we are playing a map which has those different spawn points. You don't even know where your opponent is at, so scanning really does become super important on this one, because you kind of need to know where your opponent is at, otherwise things do get troublesome. If I get the Proby, I'm going to head out onto the map. Factory halfway done. And the factory coming online, the CC is building. And the Reaper will come back over the other side. The Reaper hops up, Twilight Council coming through, Stalker on the Warp Gate, continue to jump back and up. There's a couple of Marines of the Cyclone come by. The Starport on the way in. Just going to be seeing our CC obviously on the high ground, just being very safe here in Hero. We'll see that as well. So he knows it's an expand. What he doesn't know is if it's a factory or extra barracks behind this. So he's a little bit in the dark. You know, nothing's really being shown, so Hero does not know. Like I say, like you can assume what this maybe is, but you don't know exactly. You know, maybe it's 2 more barracks. On a weird map like this, sometimes that's the kind of thing ByuN might kind of mix up and do something like that as well. We've seen the Adept moving about. Cyclone is going to lock on. It's just going to go grab a little bit of whatever. So we see the Cyclone continue to gather up. Adept and the Stalker continuing through. Another Stalker will warp in. Just going to be seeing that coming by right now as the blink comes about. Gates coming up. Robotics facility dropping into the natural. And yeah, the medevac of ByuN going to go boosting up to the top side, and the Cyclone is really the power unit here. Takes a few shots, already taking hits. Obviously would like to pull back a little bit. But again, the Adept continue to come over. No one's going to get there. The Adept will be killed. We got a couple of Stalkers still chasing the Marines down. Just going to have the extra couple Stalkers there to try and zone the medevac out. Raven will be popping out from the starport as the barracks continues through as well, so just get that on the way. So the siege tank is going to pop. Just going to be seeing Marines. Oh, sorry, the Stalkers actually did get the medevac, and the Cyclone goes down as well. It's actually a pretty nice catch. There's a fair amount of just delaying the kind of continuation here, basically, on the side of... it kind of delays the continuation here from ByuN. It means you don't get those units back home, so less units to continue pressuring with in the future. Stalkers gather, the Observer and the Assimilator is still building in. He obviously joins himself up. This time he went straight to Blink, and he will have this Blink to try and put himself in an aggressive spot right now. The Stalkers and the Prism join up. We get ready for the hop into this main base. Barrack's going to drop down onto the Tech Lab. Siege tank reducing. The Stalkers are ready to hop in there. Back around to the center. I'm just going to jump straight into this. And in we go. The bunker is going to be holding tight for now, though. One siege tank down. Actually leaves the door open for these Stalkers to get in a little further and to try and get a little bit more done again. So in they go for a little bit of that as the aggression comes through. Same time, on the other side of the map, it is the Raven that's found a few probes in return. So the Raven is actually getting some good damage done here. It's actually a really nice first few moments here on the counterattack from ByuN, especially because you feel pretty pinned into your base in these moments. So actually being able to kind of step out on the other side is kind of a nice deal, actually. Really goes a long way. Look. Stalkers jumping back into the Prism and coming back over once again. So again, just settling down and making a play here for now. The Prism moves back out over to that right-hand side. Light Templar get joined up on the Nexus. We just have the Storm and the Charge still building through. Another High Templar about to be done. We just have ourselves the extra gates in production right now. The Raven gets feedbacked. And then the Stalkers get underneath it, and the Raven will get chased down. So the Raven will be hunted. And the Stalkers get pushed back as well as ByuN takes a couple of moments to stim out at that army and really try and go for this a little bit. So a big push over. If ByuN gets on the map, I mean, Storm and Charge are going to be done. Well, Ghost Academy as well, bit of a mistake as he didn't realize he built the first one. But maybe as that finishes, he recognizes it. Maybe he can still cancel this in time and get some of the resources back. Obviously, finishing 2 would be a real shame as the Storm Drop comes in. There's going to be 7 SCVs going down. It's a big damage done by the Prism. Again, the Immortal and the Nexus coming on over. And just got the 1-1 upgrade started from Hero as well. Marines want to try and catch the Prism, but there's so many ledges on this map that actually this is a good getaway. This is such a cool ledge as well because it's such a long way around on the ground. So flying here is actually an extremely safe pathway to take for an escape, and that's exactly what you end up seeing. That's actually very, very neat. Neat little getaway on that regard. Well, Prism recalls. And Hero is able to get back home. Those High Templar recharge energy, and that's one less thing he has to replace here. He did finish double Ghost Academy. A little mistake from ByuN as he sits down 1 game. And honestly, in this game too, I don't mind his position too much. But it is getting to the point where it's scary, right? Because you're taking your 3rd base, Hero's heading toward 4 bases. There's the point in the game where a lot of Terrans do start to struggle, and ByuN really stood up in this part of the game in Game 1. And really kind of is able to stand in there and, you know, get a few more kind of shots and really took a good few fights with the EMPs landing consistently. I think the biggest issue he had truly were just the Tempests. Like, the Tempest was just something in that last game that he never really found a solid answer to, even when he had, like, the units to fight them. It's so difficult because just because you have the units to fight the Tempest doesn't mean you can just run on in there and have your way with them because, well, you know, they're going to be kiting you backwards, they're going to be firing, there's going to be storms if you try and chase them too heavily. I think that really was the one thing that ByuN couldn't quite get a hold of, despite really nullifying the kind of the ground-based game from Hero a lot. Very crazy. Upgrades are going to be finishing up, as you have the armor upgrade complete on the side of ByuN. Medivacs and Marauders coming on through. Just have another Medivac building up as well. A few depots in production, and the army of Hero still heading down through the center of the map. Silent Stalker. Immortal Archon wants to try and find a way in. Hero looking for the attack down onto this portion of the force. A little bit of stim coming through immediately. Storm comes down. ByuN going to take some hits there. The Archon likely going to be in some trouble. A few more storms coming in again. EMP at the back is good, so we're going to, you know, remove some of the final storms. That's probably the last one we're going to be able to cut out for the moment as the army tries to engage in from 2 sides. One High Templar. I don't know how this High Templar still has energy. I thought all the storms were spent, but he shows up. Honestly, a genuinely pretty good fight from ByuN. Those last couple of storms stopped him from just getting in there and finishing off some of those tech units, but otherwise I actually really thought that went okay for him. Hero in this game, resources lost is even. Obviously, he's going up to his 5th base. ByuN just needs to get to base 4. There's going to be the major kind of hill to climb over here as ByuN, if he can get over that kind of bump in the road of just getting a 4th base, because right now Hero's starting to go to base 5. That's kind of where you want to make sure you have your 4th base on the way at least, and that's what ByuN sets up for. If you can get to 4 bases, I like it for him. The problem is trading equally is not great for the Terran when the Protoss is going to, you know, start mining everywhere. Right now it's okay though, because you can see that Hero is not mining everywhere just yet, right? The 4th base is up, fairly fully saturated. The 5th base coming online. He's not on like an 85, you know, worker economy. So for now it's okay, but just like I say, you have to get that 4th up for this game to continue playing out in this way. A little bit of bio here. We'll catch a couple of Zealots with the bottom side. Couple of Zealots escape out. The army goes back over to the left side as well. We'll just have ourselves everything collected together, looking for the chance to push down between the natural and the 3rd base. Still got 2/2 upgrades finishing soon. The +2 attack completing. +2 armor halfway done. Additional round of Zealots coming by as well. Army collects together. ready to charge forward. Zealot, Archon. White Templar coming through. EMP's going down. Storm coming down. It's going to be seeing another Storm or two going down onto the Bio units. The Bio continues to fight here. Zealot's taking a lot of shots. Wow, that was a disastrous fight for ByuN. How did this go so wrong so quickly in this fight? I honestly, I'm just waiting to rewind the game because he just melted. He was trading fine in this game. And then just... Man, he lost so much all at once. I mean, he's actually down a lot of supply right now. Jeez. Here just spam zealots and defensive fight maybe could have been good enough, but instead of fighting here, he kind of wants to fight here. But if he fights here, Hero doesn't fight here. Hero fights here. Is kind of the checkmate situation. Like, the SimCity is set up great on this side, but he has to still protect the natural. So really, he needed more SimCity here, I suppose, is basically the way he could have saved this. Obviously, at the time this fight starts, it's probably a bit too late. Damn. That really, I felt like ByuN was playing a fine game and just kind of melted away there, unfortunately. GG's, alright. I wanted to take another look at that because it did look a little interesting, obviously. Just kind of so suddenly, kind of everything fell apart. I guess Hero just attacks him with that little bit more supply that helps a lot as well. Crazy. Does it make any financial difference if we watch on YouTube or Twitch? No. I mean, I don't know which one's better for ad revenue, honestly. I think I run more ads on Twitch, so maybe Twitch. But honestly, like, watch whatever is better for you. I don't know the numbers. I don't think switching where you watch is going to be too big of a deal. So if you want to watch on YouTube, watch on YouTube. If you want to watch on Twitch, watch on Twitch. Watch wherever is better. You guys. Your account went up since the Switch is down. Well, yeah, because the stream just started. I would hope the view count continues to go up until we hit the typical peak, which is like 1k-ish. And it probably goes up and down a little bit from there. Soon I'll get a suit for Wardy's wedding on Twitch. What's up, Gurus? Thank you so much for the 11-month resub on the Prime. Yeah, yeah, TLDR, watch wherever you would like to be. Watching. You want to see some wedding pics? Ay. Yeah, it's kind of, it's honestly, it's crazy. I was like, I'm looking at my schedule, right? And I'm like, wow, so, you know, this week I'm streaming Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. I've got Wednesday off. I've got to do some dog stuff. And then Friday's Leo League Cup. And I'm like, well, I'll probably stream Friday. And I'm just like, oh my god, then it's like, then we're on like a 1 week countdown. And like, I'd probably be streaming the Monday in the week of the wedding, but that's like probably about it. Like, you know, the rest of the days I'm gonna. The problem is that I was gonna maybe try and do some of the Comeback TV stuff. Maybe I'll do like some Comeback TV replays on one day, like pick some of the best matches from their qualifiers, and maybe cast some of those one day if we have some time. That really is more so going to be like a if I have some time thing. So we are. What, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, like 5 streams, 6 streams including this one away from the wedding. Isn't that crazy? That's low-key kind of terrifying. That's low-key kind of terrifying. Kind of terrifying, kind of great. A little bit of everything. Alright, we will jump into this game 3 in a moment, guys. Get this on the way. Is there going to be a honeymoon? Yeah, so basic. So after the wedding, we're gonna the 2 days after the wedding, Hossam and Irene are still here, so I'm just not gonna be streaming. I'm probably not gonna do a Monday Cup the day after the 2 days after the wedding because I'm probably gonna be taking Hossam and Irene to the airport, and then so it just doesn't really make sense. So we'll probably do the Monday Cup. We'll probably just cancel the Monday Cup because that's gonna be WardiTV Mondays 50. So I'd like to make it look good if possible. And then me and Helen go away for like one night, Tuesday into the Wednesday. And then I'm kind of back home, but we don't have much to really stream. And the comeback TV stuff being in the evening kind of sucks because I don't want to stream Sunday evenings because it's NFL. I really don't want to stream during NFL, so I don't know what I'm going to do about that. So there's going to be like 1 week of me being... just kind of the week after is going to be a bit slow as well, but then we'll get back to it. Then we're going away for a few days at the end of the month, so... yeah, let's go on. What's going on? Alrighty, let's get back at it. So we have in the top left the Blue Protoss player up 2-0. It is Hero. What's up, bunch there? How you doing? 76 months resub. How late are you? Kinda late. I'm not married yet. But yeah, very exciting. Plot twist, going into game 3 in a few minutes when the players needs a break. Well, actually, it's more so the case of I actually know someone can't play for a certain amount of time, so if this series goes too quickly, if this is a 3-0, we might have some downtime, so I'm not trying to rush into the games, because I would, rather have a little bit more spread out downtime than just BAM! Suddenly you're screwed, So, just taking it easy, jumping into game by game. As we do have a proxy gateway here from Hero. Second gateway proxy on Persephone, trying to apply some pressure. Will the dog get a suit? No, Ellie's not getting a suit. Ellie's not coming to the wedding. She's booked in with her favorite person. She's going to visit her friend Maisie. She stays with them, and yeah, she's just someone that looks after dogs, and she has a golden retriever herself. So you can imagine Ellie just loves it. She's just like, oh my god, a friend, and they love each other. They play all the time. They just, yeah. They have the same vibe, They have the same energy. So, yeah, Ellie's gonna have a great time. She'd much rather be there than with us at the wedding. And honestly, Ellie also doesn't like me and Helen being close together. If we get close together, Ellie starts barking at us. So, probably wasn't gonna be great for the wedding day either if she was there. So no suit for Ellie, unfortunately. Still gets an SCV. The bunker is coming up. I mean, this is barracks into factory, high ground command center. This doesn't feel bad at all. I had a game yesterday where Nightmare did this against Spirit, and when it was held like this, it just felt like there was no real kind of doorway to go through or pathway to move through as Nightmare to kind of get into the next phase of the game. And when he did get into the next phase of the game, he was in such a weak spot. 2 SCVs go down. There's defense being made for now. The only thing I will say is that Spirit defended this with a faster expansion. So this is being held right now because ByuN takes a later expand after factory, whereas yesterday Spirit was fast expanding. So that could be a factor. Actually lets the Adept in, which means the Marines have to move away from the front. Cyclone going to be in a moment, but we lose a Marine. The Reaper will hop up on the other side. The Stalker is there already just to push this back. ByuN Scout, no. This is his first Scout of the game. He just actually had a good build against it. You've seen the Reaper take a moment or two to move on over. So you see the 2 Stalks and the Zealot hacking down on the bottom side. Marines and a Cyclone gathering up. Gateway going to be morphing in. Ian just want to step toward everything else here. Zealot goes down. Stalk still coming over. The Archie are going to be seeing those couple Marines in some trouble as the Stalker's absolutely just shredding through the Marines. ByuN loses a lot just moving out very early here, and it's kind of rough. Here again, a lot of value off of this, which was not really there in the first place. You know, this is not damage he's necessarily meant to get. This is just ByuN overstaying or overstepping onto the low ground and kind of getting punished for it, and that's obviously going to hurt quite significantly as this orbital command flies across. Stalker is going to continue to chase down the Reaper back up to the top as well. It's just going to be seeing that running back the other way for a few moments. Get the heck out of here for now. Reaper goes after the probes. Starts to put some damage in. We move about. Other few probes pulling in. We're going to get one. We should be able to get two. Misclicks the Stalker instead of the low HP probe. Missed opportunity for sure as the Cyclone of ByuN steps out onto the map, heading to the center and looking to see what sort of mayhem it may get up to here in the near future. Cyclone heading up to the top. We do have on the bottom the siege tank just slowly cleaning out the gateway for the moment. Just going to knock away at this. Going to knock that down. Marines tank just going to be joining in there. The few Stalkers from Hero coming in from the top side. Going to be getting to the center. Cyclone will be taking some damage. Going to be having the Blink about to complete +1 attack coming through on the engineering bay, and the pylon will be denied for the moment. Focus blinking. Couple of probes going down so far. Robobay, Nexus, and the Forge coming up as well. Stalker's just going to sit out here. Honestly, what felt like should have been a good scenario for ByuN now it really feels as though it's fallen away from him a little bit, honestly. Like I say, I kind of liked how he was set up initially. The defense was good. Just losing a few units and really giving control back over to Hero a little bit is going to be a pretty sizable problem at the moment. Cycle gets after 3 probes. I mean, that's nice. Battery is going to deny any more from happening. The blink available, the Cyclone goes down. Hey, ByuN stabs across the map and sees some success. The Marines want to try and get to that observer. It's just about going to be able to get away to the sides. Escaping for the moment. Stalkers gather up. Again, +1 thermal lance coming through. Charge halfway done. Two extra gates coming by as well. Just going to get those on the way in, get those brought up. And yeah, Marine Marauder Medevac coming about. Stalker's going to get back towards the center. The Marine force is moving out, so we are going to go pushing out to the top side of the map. So Army is going to go pushing, looking to get to the top here. Stalkers are going to be coming across to the top side as well as the Marine and the Wood Mine go down. Now that Army is going to go right off the top. Tanks and the Bio joining together. Again, charge is going to finish soon. +1 of the thermal lance coming about as well. Thanks for the siege. So you see the first siege tank there is going to go down. Target firing the Colossus. No! How do we not kill the Colossus? That's scam. That just makes this a horrible fight for ByuN. He gets nothing out of this. He cleans up a bunch of trash, aka some zealots, and just gets nothing out of it. Like, he loses so much of his own army. How do you not kill that Colossus? The Medevacs get hunted as well. GG. Ah, that was so sad. That Colossus was dying so quickly as well. I was just like, in my head, it was already gone. Like, it was already not kind of part of the equation here. And then it all just fell apart. The Colossus didn't die. Yeah, just became a disaster. A little bit crazy. Alright guys, we're gonna hop on over to the American server. And get ready to kick off into MaxPax versus Zan, which is our next series up. So, we'll get this one underway. Highest seed coming into this should be MaxPax, so it's Central West Central. Perfect. Yeah, and all of our NA versus Korea games today, the NA, the Europeans are gonna, I mean, MaxPax and CLEM just get server preference today because they have the higher seed coming in. So it's going to be MaxPax versus Down, CLEM versus Nightmare, then we go elimination match and winners match. It's going to be the ordering of things. So we're going to get into this MaxPax Down series in just a couple of moments. Get this ready to go, go, go. And we'll look to kick this off. A little bit of PvP coming through. So, some videos will be on the way, guys. Again, thanks for your patience while we take a few moments to do this. Obviously, it just takes a little bit of time to get videos done, so take a couple moments and we'll be off and away, swinging into some StarCrafts. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Alright, so just waiting for these guys to video up. Change the title. Well, oh, well, no, that's the beautiful part of the title, guys. Once I set the title for the day, I don't change it. So the title's just what it is. You know, the guy wanted accurate information for the first series specifically. That was the request. It's just gonna stay like that. Like, I don't update the title throughout the stream. That is unless we change tournaments, we just don't update it. So yeah, where the title is set. It was very important we let everyone know that that first series was from replays that were played 2 hours ago. Okay? Yeah. Don't worry, guys. I'm not allowed to throw a hissy fit, but he's allowed to throw a hissy fit about the title. Keep that in mind as well. Well, stupid. Sorry, people in the chat, but some people are stupid. Tilts me. Apparently not in a good mood today. Apparently I'm in a very feisty mood today. Apparently. Some videos coming through MaxPax and Zound. Getting a couple of videos in to start us off. Ultra Love, Persephone. Island's going to be our opening map for this PvP, so we'll get this host to get this set to go. What's up, Mysterio? Thank you so much for the 5-month membership on YouTube. Don't see a lot of those. It's freaking awesome. Thank you so much for the 5-month membership, and Zergberger membership performance. Wow, back-to-back on the YouTube is something you definitely don't see a lot. Thanks so much for being YouTube members, guys. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. You don't think I read YouTube chat? I read YouTube chat all the time. Just sometimes don't get to talking about it. The only thing with YouTube is sometimes YouTube gets a little bit weird because some people on YouTube are watching like a little bit in the past, so I see their messages talking about like the here and the now, you know? Or I see their messages talking about like moments in the game that was like 5-10 minutes ago, so sometimes I have to zone out what I see on YouTube, and it gets a little awkward because I don't necessarily think that like sometimes I'm not sure if someone's talking about something that just happened or happened a few minutes ago, so sometimes I'm a little bit less confident kind of replying to YouTube chat just because it doesn't always make sense necessarily. I'm not sure if someone's just saying something I don't quite understand or if like they're actually talking about something a few minutes ago. So sometimes we don't quite talk about that as much. Let me just double check if Indy's live. I don't think he's casting us though. Yeah, no, he's not. All right, MaxPax vs. Sound coming up. Let's get into it.
Game paused.
A little bit of a pause here, guys. It's just going to be a moment before we start this off. Give us a moment. We should be able to get that fixed up. Sound just needing a moment here for whatever reason. What's up, Stankops? Thank you so much for the 11-month resub on the Prime. Got to remember to activate the Prime sub after announcing the YouTube membership. Down. Back-to-back YouTube and the Twitch. Isn't that crazy? What's up, Fish One as well? And the 29-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate it. Alright, Bazan is back and ready, so I'll bring us in game ready for the countdown as we get back to this.
Game resumed.
And this best of 5 will get underway right here. We start off. Game number 1 of this series. Leyline's coming up. Get this ready to go. And look to see what the day has in store for us here in terms of live PvP action. Obviously, we do have the potential for a few PvPs today in this bracket. Obviously, it depends which player. I mean, obviously, if Nightmare beats CLEM, there's a PvP. I mean, I guess there's a PvP no matter what, because Nightmare will play the winner or loser of this depending on his results, so he will play PvP no matter what. So, I guess we're kind of guaranteed 2 PvPs and 2 TvPs from this point on, this being one of the first PvPs. And obviously, after this, we've got Sun coming to the stage. He'll be playing the first TVP of the day as well, so we'll see how all that goes as we set ourselves up into the ley lines for the opening game of this one. I mean, MaxPax is playing different PvP lately. He is playing the double gateway stuff, so he's going to be playing a completely different style to what we've seen him play in the past. And this is something he's been doing for a couple of weeks now, and he's been looking freaking good with it as well. So, let's see what happens. What he puts on the best tournaments, make sure to donate and sub. Absolutely. I mean, real talk for a couple moments, I guess, while we have just the start of this game, but gonna put this super simply, and this is not bait or whatever, it's just transparency as usual. The stream is not exactly going great lately. Viewership is 100% down. You know, numbers are just kind of struggling is the TLDR. So any support right now really does go a long way to helping. right now we are realistically looking at having to scale back a lot of the tournaments we do because it's just not financially viable to keep running them at the way it is. And obviously that may just be the case for for here on out. But the one thing I consistently take away from people that I talk to is that some people just think these events are going to happen no matter what, and that is just not true. These events really genuinely only happen because you guys support, you sub, you use your Prime subs, you like and subscribe, and you follow and, do the free stuff as well. Like, it all adds up. But these things only happen because you guys make them happen. So if you do enjoy them, I really do urge you to support because, like I say, we are at a point where these tournaments are likely going to be changing. So the more we can do to keep them where they are at, obviously the better overall, because all we want to do is try and keep on helping out the StarCraft scene and the players and giving them some prize money to play for, so. How can views should be 100% down? Yeah, I phrased it badly. Basically, what I wanted to say was there is definitely a trending decrease, or there's definitely a decrease in viewership. There is a guaranteed decrease in viewership. It wasn't just like a couple of days. It's been kind of there for a little while now. So, yeah. Well, of course, it was coming down because we actually do get action here, and Zam's going to get a few pickoffs. So MaxPax losing some units. As Terranzoy, yo, thank you so much for the 10 euros on the super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. The Stalker's going to fight, and Stalker is going to go down. Stalker and Sentry trying to go back the other way. We'll see a couple Stalkers continue to trade. The Oracle coming up, and we get the Twilight Council coming through as well. Not much I can do. SCG is dwindling. Yeah, no, I mean, don't get me wrong. I appreciate we're probably going to have to, change things at some point as well. But I think a lot of, like I say, a lot of people just take these tournaments for granted, and a lot of people just think these tournaments are going to exist no matter what. And like I say, my point is that that is not true. I think that's what I need to get across, because I've talked to a lot of people about it, and the overall consensus that a lot of people just seem to think these tournaments are guaranteed. Like I say, that just is not the case. So, yeah, I just want to put the point out there, because I'd rather put the point out there than, I'd rather say it, and maybe a few people get shifted into supporting, than just leaving it as it is and just, hoping that, you know what I mean? Like, sometimes it's just better to say it in case someone hearing it makes the difference, right? It's not meant to be a bait. It's not meant to be a, holy shit, we need everyone to drop 10 gifted subs right now. It's just, I think, good information to put out there of the reality of the situation, so. And yo, Zergberger, also coming in with the Twitch sub. Aye, aye, aye. What's with the YouTube members into Twitch subs today? The double support. There you go. I think transparency is always appreciated. Yeah, I mean that's something we've always done. Like, I would like to think that generally when things are going better, we don't bring this up as much. But when things are going bad, I think it is important to bring it up, because that's when we, sometimes do need it just to be said. So yeah, we've always tried to be transparent. Always try to be obvious with the prize pools and where money goes and stuff like that. So I think it's only fair we tell you guys when things are not going great, when we might not be able to run events too, right? Anyways, let's focus up a bit more on the game, guys. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. As we do have Stalkers and Sentries gathering about. Again, Blink coming through, the Nexus on the way, Gate and the Robo Facility coming about as well. Probe's going about. Gonna see the couple of Adepts coming around. Just gonna see Workers falling. Well, Stalker's gonna be there as the Stalkers of MaxPax step over that right side. Zam is in trouble supply-wise, as we're gonna see MaxPax trying to step back through. Obviously, he's gotten a few probes in this game. Now gonna be looking to take the army down as well. MaxPax really shown just how good of a PvPer he is. Honestly, the fact he switched away from what he was being doing for years and is instantly just at this sort of level. It's pretty crazy. Let's see the +1 attack in the store coming up. Prism on the way. The store going to be shooting the shots coming back the other side. We are going to see charge and +1 continue to come online here. Just going to get that going. Stalkers firing a few more hits off. +1 on the charge coming online. Got ourselves the chance to try and just improve the situation as MaxPax looks for the third base kill. If he kills the third, this is kind of over anyway. Let's be realistic, right? You're taking down the third when your own fourth base is building. And Zhao knows he must defend the base, and hence he takes the fight, which he doesn't really want to take. He knows this position isn't pretty for him. He knows it's not really the fight he wants to go for. But he has to, because otherwise the Nexus dies. And that's the checkmate that MaxPax has been able to put his opponent into right there. So, getting off to a good start in this series, MaxPax is going to take the opening game. He's going to be up 1-0 in this best of 5. Maybe a bit of a bleak take, but it's hard to get invested in the continuation of ST2 and the balance council is literally balanced around what Diamond players wind about. I mean, there's no balance council anymore, so if the balance council is putting you off, fear not, because that just don't exist no more. Hasn't existed for a while, so. If the balance council is your issue in any way, shape, or form, you're good. Go in for a little race swap here. Yo, what's up, Hemrick B? Thank you so much for the gifted sub going out to Dickett. Or Dice T. Dice it. Appreciate the gifted sub. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Alright, jumping into Tokamak. So you have in the top right-hand corner, the Red Pros player who's going to be down a map in this series. It is going to be Zaun, looking to fight his way back into this one. A little Chrono Boost coming through as we have MaxPax in the bottom left looking to get back on track as well. Boost coming through. It's going to be having the couple of simulators finishing up. We get settled down. Gateways and the probe coming about as well. So just get a lot of this coming in. Just take a second to see what this PvP is truly going to have in store for us. We've seen the little setup over here. Just going to get a pylon down. Get that into position. Only a couple of moments, and again, just seeing where our game may take us over the next few minutes. Pylon still settling up and ready to produce. Couple of depths on the way. The robo facility coming out and down. Obviously, just with that proxy robo, absolutely looking to try and get something done here in the near future. Wants to put himself in a reasonable position. Again, this Robo Facility building, then Stargate and the Nexus both coming through. The Warp Gate coming by as we speak. So we get a lot of that underway. The Robo Facility about to be finished then. And like I say, it'll take a moment or two to see where we're going with a couple of Adepts shading forward. MaxPax has expanded. So 2 gates expand into the Stargate. As MaxPax's play this time. Phoenix has been a very popular way of defending this lately. Shoot down the Prism, lift up Immortals. This is currently a Prism first, though, so it could just be the case of... There's only 2 gates, though, right? If this was just going to be Prism... Okay, I was going to say Prism 3 gate is typically the numbers you see, and there is the 3rd gateway coming down, so that makes sense. A couple of those Stalkers going to get after that Adept, and we'll be able to knock the Adept down there as well. So just going to see that taken straight out of the equation. Of the it's going to come straight across in the Prism now. Then let's see how much they can do. Steps get in, and we will begin to fire up a little bit of a storm right here. So little bits of damage being done. Voidra on the way defensively from MaxPax. He will just go for the straight up firepower defense. Like I say, I think the Phoenix are good if you know you're being getting played against by Immortals. In this case, I think this is an absolutely fine way to be played instead. All the devs will shade forward, the few Stalkers gathering up. All the batteries coming through, probes building, the pylon on the way. Focus is going to be there, Prism gets pushed back, the other Stalkers going back through the sentries. Gonna get back over as well. Voidra is still building from MaxPax. Just have ourselves the pylon building. The hallucinations can get caught there as well. So, a few moments of action as Zaun really does try and break through. Some opportunity on that other side. It's a lot of units that MaxPax has to pull back defensively right now. As we do have... Honestly, the hallucination being knocked down was kind of a big deal, huh? Absolutely able to get a lot from that. We got Micro from Zaun, but the problem is he just has no economy left as he's losing probes across the map to the Oracle, so he's left with very, very little coming out of this, and that's going to leave him in a pretty rough spot. Voidra now is going to have the battery to hit it alive. We get rid of the Prism, that's just going to remove that factor as well. GG, Zaun down 0-2. MaxPax's PvP. What if MaxPax's PvP, now that he's not just 1 gate expanding all the time and isn't being abused by all-ins, what if he's actually just even better than he ever was? Wouldn't that be just the craziest turn of events where it's just like, this guy was already really good at this matchup and now he's just like next level because he's decided to play it a bit more properly? Like back in the day, MaxPax's PvP was so solid because of how things worked out, and that's not been the case for a little while, so... What if this new era of MaxPax just playing normal PvP is once again going to be formidable? Like, let's see, what a matchup to be good in when so much of the competition these days is going to be Protoss focused as well. It's really, pretty nuts. MaxPax living his best life here. Incorporeal coming up for Game 3. Papa Mitch, what's up? 122-month resub. How you doing? On the tier 2 as well. Thank you so much as always. Appreciate the over 10 years of subscribing. Still, pretty bonkers to read the number on that one, to be honest. Kind of wild. Can lose hallucinations to trigger stasis? Yeah, because hallucination just acts like a regular unit on the ground. So if you're, as long as you're using a specifically like something on the ground, it will activate the stasis because it just acts as any other unit would on that point of the map, you know? Like a hallucinated probe acts as a probe. So anything a normal probe would do, apart from deal damage, a hallucinated probe does as well. Hallucinations are funnily accurate in terms of copying their counterparts. Game number 3, as we get into this one, we're going to have in the bottom right-hand side the blue Protoss player who's all of a sudden just one map away from taking this down, actually, which is kind of bonkers, really. It's been a fast series, and it's now a 2-0 advantage. Let's see what we get from MaxPax as he battles against Zaun, who is obviously looking to try and bring himself back into this. Game number 3. How very exciting. MaxPax on a tear. Obviously, CLEM Nightmare coming up after this. Then we have an elimination match followed by a winners match. This kind of becomes like a group stage at this point, just for today. Obviously, just in this section of the playoffs. So, thinking that because obviously we've been casting groups the last few days anyways. So it's just reminding me of how the last few days have gone. It feels so similar. It's like elimination match, winners match. Obviously, lower bracket round 1 and then upper bracket semi-finals is what is to come. Looking forward for those as we have Gates, the Cybercore, coming up at the moment. Let's just take a few moments to get in here. Cybercore coming about, the Gates coming through. The probe is going to go chasing at another probe for a little bit. Continuing to settle here just for the moment. The Adepts in the Warp Gate building up as well, so all of that coming through. Stargate coming down, Warp Gates building on either side. We will just be seeing the setup continuing here as the Warp Gate comes about. Again, the Stargate's coming online. But it's the Nexus from down, so he's going to try and expand quickly himself and just say, well, if you're playing a defensive expansion and I play a non-defensive expansion, maybe I can get something going for myself from that. It is 2 gateways, but it's not that faster kind of bit of tech like you see from MaxPax. It's going to be sentries. That obviously gives you utility throughout this game, so I imagine that's going to be a sizable factor as well. And Warp gets building through the Oracle and the Stalker. Oracle about to finish, the Warp Gate coming about. Gonna see that Chrono Boosting on the Warp Gate coming straight through then. And that's set up. The Depths is gonna come straight on by, so we go pushing over. And we do have the block for the moment, so nothing too much going to come of that just yet. All those Adepts start to come through right there, so we get a few shots off, a little bit of damage being done. The Oracle is going to take a few hits, as can be seen. It's going to survive through, and with the Adept combining, we are going to be able to go for a little bit of damage, actually, so going decently. And 5 probes going down. MaxPax happy with the opening, and now is going to be in an advantageous position already. Has to be feeling pretty darn good about where things are at right now, so yeah, MaxPax already off to the races in this one, and like I say, going to be feeling pretty chuffed with where things currently stand, I would say. Got that blink continuing through for the moment. Falco's going to fly in again. A couple of probes get knocked away out immediately, so we saw it deal some damage right off the bat. And we do see the Oracles actually do lose out this time, so we're going to lose one of those numbers. It's going to be 1 Oracle down, going to put you in a little bit more of a tricksy position from here. And Nexus building on the 3rd base. And the blink coming through, so we settle down. A little bit of a fight breaking out. Zam going to bring the aggression over to MaxPax, and does he just have the better stall count right now? That's obviously what he's believing, hence he is here, trying to take this engagement. Stalker's going to get down that bottom side. The little jump on top is going to be nice. MaxPax actually struggling numbers-wise after all of the damage done. MaxPax is going to actually have difficulty holding on to this third base, which obviously, you know, you look at the situation. Does he need to hold on to that third base? No, not really. I mean, his opponent hasn't expanded yet, but taking it and then losing out on it, that's where the concern comes from. This is where it becomes a little bit nasty and where things can get a little bit messy just in general as well. So definitely something to think on that. As the Stalker's coming over, just going to be seeing the Nexus. Take a few more shots. Stalkers continue to trade nicely for now. We will have ourselves a pushback. Wow. MaxPax lost 12 workers, but it's kind of okay because he was kind of prepping to play the longer game anyway, right? So kind of feels as though he's just fine because that faster third and the third doesn't fall. He's just going to be okay. His work count's going to catch right back up, and now Zaun gave away a whole bunch of units, and he's going to see absolutely no benefit from it in the slightest. So this is going to get nasty as MaxPax maybe just be coming across the map looking to end this game, honestly. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to really stop him right now. It is looking a little bit nasty indeed, as we just have a couple shots coming through. The Stalker's coming back around the bottom. MaxPax will cancel the third base of his opponent. Doesn't look as though Zaun's going to be able to do anything at all about that. And this is just going to, like I say, start getting pretty nasty here, as you do see the pros getting chased, but MaxPax just has significantly more that we're base trading in right now, so this is just going significantly better for him. A much better place right here to be the Danish Protoss, looking for a 3-0 in this opening round. Probes now having to pull in against some Adepts as well, so even more damage being done. MaxPax gotta be looking at this and still feeling pretty darn good about things, right? Things really do look good at the moment. Well, stays toward catching a few probes, and I mean, MaxPax still has the 10 army supply lead right now, so still has that advantage. As he blinks on top of these Stalkers, it looks as though that advantage is going to be used in full to close this out and to take the series. MaxPax 3-0. Like I say, it's not even really close at the end of the day. He just plays a phenomenal PvP and is going to wrap us up. Just like that. That really is just going to be it, guys. That's going to be one series just done right like that. So, yeah. All right, well, put that one behind us and we get ready for the next, as we'll just have a look for Team Liquid's CLEM to join us. And if we get CLEM here, it will be CLEM versus Nightmare coming up. So, Nightmare's here. Just let me poke CLEM, guys, and we'll get this hopefully ready to go. Perfect. Yeah, we'll just get this sorted out and jump into it. Poked CLEM. He should be here in a few moments so we can, like I say, get this underway. Thank you for your patience and understanding, guys. CLEM's just replied, so I can't imagine he's going to take too long to join us. I mean, CLEM's going to be a favorite against Nightmare as well. Nightmare's been playing well lately, but honestly, he struggled a little bit yesterday against Spirit. I actually thought that was going to be a much smoother series for Nightmare than it was. So, yeah, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. As yeah, I honestly think that's going to be pretty rough. Alright, Incorporeal gonna be the first veto. Will this match be even shorter? I sure hope not! Ay. Welcome to the WardiTV Speedrun Championships. Is that what we're suggesting now? It kinda starts to feel like it, huh? Yeah, obviously just really hope not, because it could really... Well, we could just do with not having short streams. Viewership going up is good, typically, so I suppose we will see. So yeah, guys, a couple of moments, we'll get set to go. And thank you for a little bit of patience. Just wait for the vetoes. Just ping Nightmare so he's aware that we're ready to start as well, just because it may be BRB or so. It's not the craziest thing we've ever heard of. Yo, SC2 howdy. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're doing well as well. Thank you so much for the Prime. And this could be a fast day, actually, the way that it's starting to go, huh? How's everyone doing then? Hope you're all feeling well across YouTube and Twitch. Thanks for joining us, like I say. A lot of viewers on the YouTube, man. 250. The YouTube viewership really has been so solid lately. You're an avid YouTube watcher. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for making our stream on the platform be so successful. It really is crazy how consistently strong the viewership is being over there. So, yeah, that's awesome. Thank you so much if you're one of those guys. I really appreciate you. So we'll take a moment here to hopefully get videos in a second. I don't know if they're vetoing private. I feel like they're not. CLEM tried to start the video. I think Nightmare might just be AFK. And message. Yeah, he is AFK. Give him a poke. He wasn't AFK initially. He was online initially on StarCraft, but now he's gone to away. So give him a moment or two to figure it out. So Patrick over on the YouTube. Hope you're doing well. Hello, hello. Alright, Torch is going to be Nightmare's veto here as he takes a second. But it's now arrived and ready to give us some StarCraft 2. What more could you ask for? This takes forever, can't you? I don't know, maybe cast from replays only? Yeah, I know. I much prefer it when Wardy sits here and pretends that we have to wait for players instead of just actually waiting for players, you know? Look, sometimes the players, you know, taking time to play or taking time to video is not a bad thing. It does lengthen the stream, and while obviously it's not like actual StarCraft 2 length, it does kind of put some buffer between the games, and that's a good thing because it gets us later in the day, which helps us out with viewership a little bit. So, you know, I'm not gonna complain at them too much. I know Harstem's always on about how these guys' videos so slow, but honestly, sometimes it's kind of nice. It's when it takes like 10+ minutes, like it taking like 3 or 4 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever. But when it takes like 10+ minutes, like man, like at that point it's kind of crazy, you know. It also gives people a chance to know, like generally, if you want to kind of step up and stand up and take a moment after like a game, you can probably do so without missing much. So, you know. Love the content with Harstem the other day. Great together. Thank you so much. Yeah, always fun when Kevin joins us. Hopefully, do some more soon. He's usually about. It just depends how he's feeling on the day, you know. He's the picky one. I'll have him on whenever. Well, every now and again, sometimes I'm like, man, my brain's not in the mood for a co-cast, and this might sound weird, but like, solo casting is very easy. Is a lot easier just to kind of turn your brain off and cast with, if that makes sense. Like, when you're co-casting, you really have to think about what the other guy's saying. You have to vibe with them. You have to laugh at the jokes. You have to go back and forth. Some days I'm tired, my head hurts. I actually just like the solo cast is almost like my cozy cast, you know. It's comfortable, it's easy. It's just like, you know, not every single one of my solo casts are going to be the best ever, but like, it's definitely like the comfort zone. It gets you through some of the tougher days, you know? I think this only happened like once when Harson's asked me, I'm just like, no, not today. A very rare occurrence. A couple more videos coming through, so we are not far from seeing this turn into our map picks. In fact, we're waiting for a map pick right now, and then we'll know what map one of this series will be. I think solo casting's a lot harder. I think solo casting's a lot harder when you are not used to it, right? I think, like, the thing is as well, is like, in this vibe, I think putting on a professional level, like, super high level solo cast is more difficult. But I'm just streaming, you know? Like, yes, I'm casting, but I'm also just here streaming. And I think that has a lot to do with it as well, where I basically get the advantage of just, you know, I do get just to turn and talk to my chat and stuff. Like, if I have downtime or don't find the game interesting right now, I don't feel like there's anything to say, I can just pick up on what someone says in the chat. I can, you know, and to me, that's much easier than having to go through the brain process of figuring out how to back and forth that with a caster, and you know, with a co-caster instead. So yeah, I mean, some days I'm sat here and there's downtime, and I'm just like, well, I ain't got nothing to say. Like, it's just one of those days I don't have much to add. And but then sometimes me and Horstman are casting together, and we also just sit between games silent because we're not on a professional broadcast where we have to make every second of the show be absolutely tip-top tier entertainment, you know? Like, sometimes it's okay just to let the room breathe a little bit. So might be intimidating casting with Harston because he's knowledgeable. Oh, not really. Harston just tries to put me in difficult spots. Sometimes Harston asks something, I'm just like, honestly, I don't know. I don't have the confidence to give you the answer. But, all in good fun. Sometimes I have the answer, and I feel like I'm getting like a, you know, a sticker for doing well. Nice, it's a good vibe. the well done sticker. You got the, you know, well done, you passed the quiz. Alright guys, we'll get people in the lobby in a second. Couple more map picks just coming through, and we'll be pretty much finalized with that part of it, so not far away from going. Map Pylon, third map Tokamak. Ourselves ley lines and Maganatha remaining. Perfect. Just waiting for Clem to join the lobby and we can go. I think one of the best parts of me solo casting so much though is that I think I said this recently. I feel like I was talking about it somewhere. Oh, I was talking about during the Krakow tournament, the live event, the day after EWC, because we were doing a lot of EWC talking about casts and stuff. But I feel like one of my biggest strengths of having been a solo caster is that I really can fill whatever role I need to fill. So whenever I cast with ZG, for example, me and ZG go back and forth at a very similar level of like, we both do some play-by-play and we both do some analysis. And then we, you know, if I cast with like Roddy, I let him do more of the analysis and theorizing and, you know, theory crafting. We go back and forth. He throws some ideas at me and I throw some at him. But like, he takes more of a lead in that role and I do a bit more play-by-play. And then if I cast with like, you know, if I cast with like a Fear Dragon, I feel like I bring a bit more analysis and he does a bit more play-by-play. So I feel like I'm like the malleable caster, you know? I kind of go where I need to. You like go cast because you get different viewpoints. Yeah, I think that's a great point as well. Like, there's a lot of times where I'm like, I'm looking at a scenario and I'm like, you know, I'm like, yeah, awesome. I think that's pretty good for this guy. And he looks at me, he's like, why? And I'm like, what? Well, yeah, this and this. And he's like, oh, yeah, fair enough. And then sometimes says, I like it for this guy. And I'm like, why?
Game.
We both have those moments of being, you know, sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. Because there's not necessarily a right or a wrong. Sometimes it can just be a case of like how you see the game from that moment. And from game to game, that might not actually necessarily be, you know, there might not necessarily be a right or wrong. There might be a right or wrong in terms of like, oh, this guy playing now can handle this situation or handle this deficit, so that's fine. Like I say, that ain't necessarily like a guarantee. So yeah, the co-casting is definitely better for viewership and for entertainment, I would say, but the problem always is that it comes down to this kind of factor as well, where it's like when I'm on my stream, when you co-cast, people interact less with the stream, and that's actually really bad for you as a streamer. Like, people do not subscribe or support as much when you're co-casting because it loses a little bit of the personality or the personal kind of level to it. Which is also why in a lot of our streams we get sidetracked and we go on tangents and we don't just talk perfectly about the game every single moment, because if we do that, it loses a lot of the personality on the stream, and that really is not good for being a streamer. It's great for being a caster, it's not great for being a streamer though. And that's the kind of the difficulty, because then everyone criticizes your casting when you're casting as a streamer rather than when you're casting as a caster, if that makes sense. More subs when you would thought it was the other way around, more subs when co-casting. Yeah, it just doesn't happen. It's genuinely just because I think people like kind of the... Not everyone, but I imagine more people like it when it's like, oh, he's going to pay attention to me, I'm going to throw the sub down, and then, you know, hey, Wardy's doing great today, oh, it's been fun. I don't know, honestly. Like, it's kind of interesting because I would have thought people would be like, wow, a co-stream, I'm going to, you know, I love this, let's show some love, but the subscriber numbers are definitely significantly less when we co-cast to when we solo cast. The level of support in general is just generally less. So yeah, I don't know how to figure that one. I can only imagine it's because of how I interact with the chat, and I guess obviously we can sell out a bit more naturally. Like naturally in downtime, I can sell out more when there's only me here. Whereas if I'm co-casting, that is not as easy to pull off, you know. So. Anyways, we're 2.5 minutes into this PvT, so we could go and cast a little bit of this, I suppose, instead of just yapping on about off-topic situations and things that not everyone really cares about. Reaper gonna gather up onto the low ground as the second Reaper joins in there, and just gonna be seeing both those Reapers gonna head across toward the main base for a few moments here. Just going to go for a little bit of a journey over. And the Stalker is going to go pinging. Reaper taking quite a few shots. Both those Stalkers putting some pressure down. First Reaper goes down already. Second Reaper taking a few more hits as well, so damage being done. And pretty decently just for the moment. Nothing too crazy about that just yet. Banshee and a couple of Marines coming out as well, so we do get ourselves the Banshee and a couple of Marines coming through. Obviously going to be very nice just to get some pressure onto the map, and seeing CLEM really enveloping that kind of possibility. So, you know, CLEM is such a fun player and such a fast player as well, so you know he's going to absolutely love it if he gets the chance to get out on the map and make some things happen with Banshees. Just having those options generally is going to make him feel very confident, because he's going to feel like he's in control of the game if he has those harassing units out on the map as well. So this really is layer on layer of comfort for CLEM. And it's also it's just good in the matchup right now as well, as we see some tanks and Marines coming through. We do typically see CLEM playing a good mixture of kind of Marine tank Banshee pushes and a bit more kind of tendency to play the later game scenarios in this matchup as well. So there's another couple of things we can keep in mind. Just have the Banshee tank Marine, like I say, all building out. The robo facilities coming through as well. So we are well on our way to something going on from CLEM. I mean, you imagine CLEM is going to push here sooner rather than later, would be my guess. And you can either push with the Banshees, or you can push utilizing the Banshees. And what I mean by that is that you either bring the Banshees just as part of the army, or you send the Banshees across the map as that harassment and try and pull your opponent around a little bit with the Banshees initially. And by pulling your opponent around, that maybe gives the Marine tank a chance to get into position in comparison. So I do think there's kind of that little possibility here in terms of what you go for, how you approach it. There's our double Banshee squad heading up to the top side of the map, so they're going to go on their own accord up that right-hand side and head toward the main base. Now the Marine tank will start to push forward Again, you look at this as CLEM right now and you say, okay, cool. You know, if he's got Stalkers here, less chance he has Stalkers in the main. But there are 3, and the Observer Nightmare is very well prepared for that. He's in a good position, as we do see 2 probes going down, 3 probes going down, 1 Banshee drops. That'll be about it for the moment. The Marine tank is still pressing forward. But actually, Nightmare's doing a good job kind of chipping away at this so far. He's not letting CLEM do much with the Banshees. He's not letting CLEM's main attack just kind of step onto the map without being threatening at all. So I feel like I kind of like it right now. I feel like we're in a pretty reasonable place. Banshee going to go and successfully get 1 more probe. So we are still seeing a little bit of damage done as this Banshee pokes around the edges, which is what this Banshee is actually very good at as well, especially in the hands of CLEM. Keeping it on the map and keeping it active there for just as long as we possibly can really does go a long way to helping you. So again, just a little bit damage here, a little bit damage there, it all adds up. And that really can make the difference in the end. As that Banshee gets a few more shots off, nothing more going to come of it now though. I think we are going to be at our end of this one. We have the bio upgrades coming through as well, so CLEM is maybe not in a major push to kind of make anything happen right now. He's got the follow-up coming through. In fact, those upgrades are about to be done, so maybe he does push with the upgrades. I mean, he is stepping forward with the rest of the army again. Maybe that is just his goal at this stage. It honestly may not be a bad one either, so... Combat shield about to complete, +1 attack is going to be done very soon. Concussive shells is also just building into play right now, so we got that concussive shells up on top of everything else. And we actually have the drop into the main base. They're going to go unseen. There is a High Templar nearby, and Storm is finished, but 1 High Templar only. And at the same time, we're going to move out with the rest of the army. Just going to find a gateway here, CLEM. He steps into the High Templar as we have the Prism bringing another High Templar or 2 over. Like I said, does that take too much defense away from the 3rd base, which is where CLEM is pushing otherwise? No, honestly, the split is very good from Nightmare. He is very well prepared for this. He's very well set up. CLEM will not be able to kind of pierce through and do too much damage just yet, so very nicely done from Nightmare thus far. That Storm doesn't really achieve anything though, so that's a little bit of a whiff. CLEM is still in position. It's not like CLEM is being completely pushed back and shoved away and denied. But like I say, it's a good starting point for our Protoss player here at this point in time. See the Prism going down, and the Immortal going to get blasted there for a couple of moments as well. More storms, and we just see with those storms coming down. The Probes going down, Clem's kind of just attacking all over the place, so he's going to keep this game chaotic. He's not going to make this an easy defense or an easy hold at all for his opponent, so again, just going to find that chance to be as frustrating as he possibly can be. This base does end up going down, and Clem's multitasking in the end kind of works out. Nightmare had some good moments in these fights. I think at the end of the day, he also had a lot of moments here which were just, you know, like a storm that hits nothing, for example. That's just a little bit of your defense you throw away. Like I say, it felt like it started well, but now supply blocked and no 3rd base, and this is obviously a pretty doomed situation as the storm drops into place, but there's not really much else to say here. The Terran's going to kite back, and even if this gets cleaned up, the damage really is already done on this one. Going to make it that much tougher to get back into this. Fire steps through, a couple tanks siege up, Auto Mines will burrow. Prism comes forward. A couple of High Templar full of energy. We EMP one, but there's one that's full of energy still. We'll actually find a couple more storms, but Clem is jumping onto this next, and it does look as though this base is very close to meeting its end. GG says Nightmare. Game 1 goes to Clem. And that is going to be the first map of this series 1. Just like that, as Clem gets in and does a great job of taking advantage of the situation in general. I got a pylon for map number 2 now. As Clem, even when it didn't exactly start off, like I say, super well for him, he was able to turn it around that little bit and make it start looking that little bit nicer, a little bit neater overall. Is in here, just waiting for Nightmare to join us as well. We'll dive straight into game number 2. Ready, GLHF, go, go. Picking a pile on here, second map of this playoff series. And Nightmare bounced back. Like I say, it was a bit shaky yesterday against Spirit. And I really did feel like that was kind of a display of... Yeah, I really did feel like that was a display of... I guess say uncertainty, and he had some good games and he had some worse games with some builds which I really got so confused about yesterday, but yeah, we'll see if he can kind of like I say fight against CLEM. To me, he has to play better than he played yesterday if he wants a chance here. It's just as simple as that. It's really not even kind of up for discussion. Got to be better than yesterday if you want to have a chance in this one. And that is a big ask, to be fair, right? Like that is not something that you can just crank out all the time from one day to the next. You know, sometimes you kind of level up to your opponent, but I don't know if Nightmare's ever been that kind of guy. To me, Nightmare's been a solid player who kind of plays at his own level, but I don't know if he can ever... I don't know if he necessarily, like, elevates up to his opponent, which is kind of what you might need to do against CLEM. Like I say, it's a very big ask. CLEM is that freaking good. So yeah, interesting questions made as Nightmare's top left, and CLEM is bottom right. But he's also in the top left as well, as he puts a barracks right in here, behind his opponent's natural. So CLEM getting sneaky in the first moments. Now it is a probe scout from his opponent, so the scouting will be there to identify the lack of a barracks, but then it's still about identifying where that barracks is at. Knowing where it's going to be is kind of the bigger question now than anything else, right? So that's what we wait to figure more out for. Or out about. As the probe just scouts in, and like I say, from Nightmare, you're looking at this, you can see the gas timings, but you don't know where the barracks is, and that is one of the bigger challenges you'll face at this current point of time. Clavicorn Zealot build through, the Engineering Bay and the Orbital coming up as well. Engineering Bay block throws the third base onto the base location will be the position for the natural then. Still taking a few swings at the Zealot, and we'll have the second Reaper showing up soon, but the Stalker is now already out, so I do get the feeling that this one is probably going to be done sooner rather than later. You can see the bunker, though, came up on this base over here, and so that's an issue, because now you've got to deal with this bunker in position, and that might actually be a bigger problem than anything else, because that really actually does slow you down. Now you can't mine off the natural still. You're already going to be taking lost mining time going over here, because you're obviously walking further than you would for the usual natural expansion. So there's already downsides to this, and a bunker kind of blocking up your mineral path, stop you mining for even longer is not going to help this. 2 batteries come down here from Nightmare to try and deal with this, because double Reaper in that bunker is apparently genuinely scary for him. So he is genuinely not going to be loving this. Alien Reaper trying to go after the probe that was stepping over, trying to delay this as long as possible. I mean, to be fair, the bunker is still healthy, and we have got to have ourselves some extreme firepower coming through right now, as this bunker is loving its time. It has been a great setup for the moment. Great right now. Couple Stalkers stepping over the left side. And we'll move back as the plane comes in again. Now the Reaper's jumping out of this bunker as it's going to burn down, and they just make the most of it. Get the Stalker, the battery's out of energy, so there's not so much you can do there. 2 Hellions went down. Resources lost will favor CLEM, because he didn't lose anything in this process. Very nicely done so far. Like I say, Clem put himself in a good position for the moment, so definitely not a bad start at all here for our Terran player. Can he keep this up? It was such a good setup as well. Just, you have the pressure of the barracks proxied, you have the engineering bay throwing your opponent around, you get a bunker onto your opponent's third base, which is obviously, then they're natural. And the Reaper Hellion is now still poking around the front, just trying to see what else we can maybe get done here. Chases a few more probes away. These Reapers are going huge, man. Banshee and the Reapers are going to combine for 8 workers right now. I mean, come on. You'd not be having fun right now if you are Nightmare. This is just an absolute, utter disaster for him. Like I said, there's nothing really to be overly happy about right now. Your position is miserable. Work has been going down. Your base is out of location as well, or out of position. That's a problem that can be used against you too. Like, it's not even necessarily a problem right now. It's just the fact that Clem might use that against you at some point, and that is the problem. Banshee show back up. Defense is not there. The pro's pulling away. 6, 7. A little bit of mistargeting even from Clem, and it doesn't matter. He's still good for so many workers. Could have had one more there as it ran underneath already, but missed that chance ever so slightly. Smoke's coming through. A couple of Reapers get pushed back the other side. Marine Marauder still coming up. Stimpack and the Combat Shield is going to be coming up next. Obviously, get those upgrades going in a game like this, and I feel like Clem is going to really look to go from kind of, directing this game to cutting this game out of existence and just putting it in the past. Because the Banshee show up again. The thing is, Clem is still good at keeping his units to the best of the time, so when things go slightly wrong, then getting rid of his units and stopping him from doing damage like this, it really becomes even more of a challenge that you have to kind of figure out. And like I say, it is such a challenge. It is an absolute difficulty. And Stimpack Combat Shield and the +1 will build for the moment as we take second. Those upgrades to finish, I don't think anything else is going to happen before then. It's not like Nightmare's really in a position to make anything else happen before then either, so he's not really set to change things up in much of a regard at all. He only pushes out onto the map. We're just going to see the Stalkers blink in. Some immediate counterattack from Nightmare. He knows he's got to get things done. He knows he has to try and make things happen a little bit, so that's exactly what he begins to do. Okay, jumping in the main is nice, but Clem is continuing across the map, so man shows no fear as he just goes straight to the other side. ByuNs keep on chasing up. The Stalkers will take some more damage again. It's going to be seeing the recall coming down. So it's going to get picked away. A couple tanks firing. The Colossus is going to get chased back also. Let's see the rest of the firing. GG gets called. Was there any chance there for Nightmare? Absolutely not. We saw it. He saw it. And we will go into a Clem 2-0 lead. Just way too much done with the opening build order, and Clem takes himself into a decisive position so far in this series with Game 3. Coming up in just a couple of moments. Like I say, Clem is absolutely killing it right now. Our third map here will be Tokamak. And back onto Clem's server preference as well, just in case he needed anything else to go his way. Which obviously he doesn't, but those are the rules no matter what. Don't just change them because Nightmare's 2-0 down. Maybe we should. Maybe we should give the player 2-0 down the server preference every time. Try and force them close to series through ping. Well, obviously, you do face CLEM in the first round. It's never going to be fun. Now it's a good group stage in the round of 16. Honestly, good group stage in the round of 24 as well. 3-1, by the way, in the first group stage. He lost to Hero, but then beat Mana, Gumiho, and Kua. That was actually a crazy group. Kua did advance in the end. He was also in the playoffs. He will play Classic on our next play day. And, yeah, of course, again, the loser of this plays against Zaun in the lower bracket match. That's an elimination series that will be coming through today. And then later today, we will also have MaxPax versus what looks to be CLEM, who is up 2 at the moment. Obviously, that's going in the correct direction, no doubt. All right, we're going to load into Tokamak. Let's get this going. It is 2-0 for our Terran, who sits in the top right-hand side. In the blue, it is CLEM. Is love him life right now, I think. This is so nice of a spot for him. The bottom left hand side, the Bread Protoss play from Streamer Zone apparently still is. Nightmare says it in his name may not actually be accurate. He left Streamer Zone when he made the retirement announcement. Obviously, here he is now. He's been playing a good bit recently. Looks like he's maybe back for a little while. Am I going to wear a tux at the wedding? No. I'm not going to wear a tux. Have a nice suit. Don't need anything crazy. Command Center. Again, a few SCVs coming out. We get that underway. As the barracks and the SCV builds, the gateway will come through. And that gateway about to finish up. Probe on the way by. Cybercore is going to start. The Zealot on the way up as well. Let's get that ready. And the SCV and the probe continue to chase for a little bit here. A bit more of a chase for a few moments. Center on the way, and the factory building as well. No proxies this game, so going to see a little bit more of a regular starting point, if nothing else at least, so a little bit of a bonus there, I suppose. For Nightmare, based on what we've seen previously. Tux is so stuffy. Yeah, I just went for something I'm going to be comfortable in. I'm not big of a dresser-upper, you know, so just got a nice suit. Funky tie. Gonna be nice and chill in that regard, I think. Don't think you'll ever be bored by the music of SC2. Yeah, me neither, man. Like, it's actually crazy. Like, I wonder how many times I've listened to some of these pieces, because it's obviously it's constantly playing in the background. I've sat here for hours upon hours of my life casting this game. Like this 100% must be like guaranteed some of the absolute most. There's no way this isn't the most listened to stuff I've ever. You know what I mean? Like it's constant over like 11 years. Longer even, obviously, like 10 years full time, 15 years-ish streaming total, 14 years probably. Yeah, it's a little crazy. There's some stuff that actually matters more so as the medevac moves out, and it's going to be the mine and the marines to try and poke on the other side and see if they can find themselves some opportunities. So CLEM moving out. The hallucination sees it coming though. We're getting old. We are getting old. And I'm still talking about this freaking game, man. It's pretty ridiculous, no? I wouldn't have ever thought the music I listened to most of my life was the SC2 soundtrack. Well, probably not, because, like, A, I had no idea what StarCraft was for such a long time. And B, I would never say I was, like, really, like, a soundtrack listener, so... If you told me it was probably that, I'd probably be like, well, you know, for some reason, you know, I'd probably guess something I put on my Spotify or so, you know? Oh, well. Don't need to Spotify this. Just log into StarCraft 2 and cast some games, huh? Marines dropping in the main base is going to put a lot of pressure on this pylon. Damage is not there. This is not getting cleaned up quickly. Oh, medevac turns around, and I'm not sure if that would have made the difference of it getting away. Feels like it probably would have done. I actually think that medevac was going to be fine, if not for that. So, yeah, a little bit of a unfortunate turn there for CLEM, and he takes a big loss. Charge is going to be on the way through. Robobay and that Nexus still coming online as well, so we bring that up. Have that bunker coming through also, so that bunker will finish and give you some defense at the front after CLEM. I guess I had a good start across the map, but he didn't do a lot. It was just nice bits of harassment. The problem is when you do nice bits of harassment, but then in the end scenarios you lose all the units, that's not exactly ideal, as now Hammer confidently jumps up into the main base and lets the Stalkers do the work against the siege tank there, so that's going to be a big pick right there already, so you get rid of some of the potential future defense. Marines will be there to keep the Stalkers at bay. Instant combat +1 coming through. Thermal Lance, Colossus, the charge building up as well. It's going to be seeing a couple of Banshees going to get through there, and the probe will go down. The Stalkers step over. Banshee going to move about also. Yeah, all that bio upgrade stuff coming by right now also. So again, big setup for the future here. Gonna be a pretty big part of this as the thermal lens now halfway done. The CC just gonna lift off, gonna move over to the third position, so you get that set up already as well. And +1 concussive shells coming through. Stim pack is about to be done as well, so CLEM really is set to step forward and fight a little bit right now. And all those units coming up, the Temple Archives on the way down as well. A little bit of settling here as CLEM is pushing. Close to an attack. All the upgrades done. Can he get in for an attack? I mean, against two Colossus, I'm going to say probably not. I don't think he should be able to, but it's CLEM. That's going to counterattack as CLEM is focused down the left side. Widowmines do okay for themselves, but there's zero follow-up, so while the Widowmines do alright, you're going to need a little bit more to deal with this, and some of the Zealots already pulling back and chased away. You lose a couple. Banshee's going to show up, and they're going to get around the back of some workers, and Stalkers were a little bit all over the place defensively, so not quite where they need to be just yet. Cancel on the fourth base, so CLEM already not messing around, securing himself a good bit of damage right there, so that's going to definitely help. Well, Clem's going to be forced to play a bit more of a defensive scenario. Does not get to just come across the map and close on this series 3-0 already, so will not be able to manage that. The attack upgrade, the Storm, both continuing into play. The Nexus is building from Nightmare to reestablish the fourth. That was the one thing that Clem did achieve on the other side, without anything else really taking place in the grand scheme of things, honestly. ByuN going to fight. The Stalker's taking some damage. It's going to be seeing the Colossus step back a little further as well. Two upgrades and that ship weapon upgrade continuing through right there. So again, we're not far from seeing Clem taking another big step in this game. Like, re-establishing the upgrade lead is a pretty big deal, I would say. Gonna see that CC coming across, and yeah, Forge coming through, the additional Zelds coming up as well. I see the couple of Zelds are gonna come about there, so firing away, just gonna be seeing our Vikings still hanging about nearby. A couple of Stalkers gonna get hit. As the Zelds come over, a couple of units still taking some damage. The Zelds still taking some shots as well. Just going to see the Vikings coming back over. The Zelds will take a few more hits here. 2-1 upgrades, building up from Nightmare, but he's attacking into someone who's already 1-1, so an armor upgrade lead currently for Clem as this fight continues. Nightmare's going to get to that maxed out army. That's where he would like to be, is, you know, majority of the time as a Protoss in this matchup. So he's definitely getting to where he should be able to kind of give something of his best game. I mean, obviously playing Clem in a macro game ain't fun either, but I say, you know, later game Protoss is where even Clem falters at times. Right now, though, he's bullying this fight. Colossus and the blah blah blah. My brain's gone. Getting knocked down already. Being chased away just like that. The Prism. Getting chased away just like that and just being pushed out of there already as Clem starts +3 attack. I mean, honestly, if Clem could find a fight right now, this would be pretty reasonably good for him, I would say. Upgrade lead. A lot of Vikings. I mean, Nightmare's going to try and give it to him. He's still kind of poised out the front, but that's kind of posturing to say, hey, if I see the right opportunity coming about, I'm going to jump on it. You know, that's exactly what Nightmare wants to get through here right now, so just chasing forward. Again, the +2 ship weapons coming about. Big load up from Clem, which is dangerous if you get caught. There's a group of Zealots and High Templar there. I mean, that won't kill anything, but it could be seen. I mean, Clem probably sees him himself with the Medivacs. He's going to come boosting down. He's going to find this base. All the Stalkers just moved away, so Nightmare moving out of position. But now he's going to come back over. Clem is moving out with the main army at the same time. We'll check on that in a second. See just what it's going to be able to do itself. As Clem is forced to lift up and get the hell out for now. Being forced to turn away from this position. So not going to be able to do too much else as Storm comes down. The High Templar firing up a couple more Stormies. Probe's going down. The Nexus falling. Io pulling back away. The Nexus does now drop. Just going to see the Ghosts chased as well. Going to see both of those dropping off here. Clem just takes a very good fight. Supply is going to come out in his favor, coming on the tail end of this now, so already looking very reasonable in that regard. +3 and +2 on the way up as the Zard Stalker tries to look for a chance to push on forward, push on into this situation here. Storm, Storm, Storm. Actually, Clem taking a lot of damage now at the tail end of this. He's losing a lot on the counterattack and just to the kind of the follow-up cleanup out of Nightmare. So actually getting put into a little bit more of a tricksy position than we might have thought he was in. Things becoming a little bit tougher for him and still has the supply lead, but it doesn't feel as significant as it was. A lot of these Stalkers. The problem is when Stalkers are trying to make their thing here, it's just brutal, right? Like, these Stalkers just don't do a lot. Clem's going to pull SCVs in, but the reality is he just has so much anyway. 150 to 77 supply. The 3-0 is looking all but guaranteed. As, yeah. Not really much else to say on this one, I don't think, guys. I think Clem is starting to look very comfortable. Gonna see the High Templars gathering about, the couple of ghosts building, +3 ship weapons coming through. The Libs want to see Siege and the Bio pressing forward right now. Lib Siege gonna attack down into this bottom side base here. Nexus is going to be taking a few more shots already and is going to be going down. I mean, we just don't have enough stuff for Nightmare to fight this off, guys. This has been a very one-sided day of playoffs so far. Not what we want to see. Obviously, we want to see games. We want to see action. We want to see back and forth. Instead, we get 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. And we're going to turn our thoughts and attention to Zound versus Nightmare as a chance to maybe get the 4th game of a series today. If that ain't too much to ask for. It might be a bit too much to ask for, though, so I guess stay tuned and find out with us as we find out soon whether we can get some action going. So we're going to jump on over to Korea for the elimination match. We're going to knock our first player out of the playoffs in this Summer Championship. Let's see whether it's going to be Nightmare or Zound that will take the first fall. Like I said, just gonna hop on over to America. Am I gonna connect or is it gonna DC me? It's DC and me. Was fun. Always fun. Korean server hates letting you log in from the quick hop button. It really doesn't like it. Tell you what, guys, I'm actually gonna be just one moment while videos happen. So I'll throw the break screen up. We'll come back. More StarCraft in just a few moments. Tokamak will be our opening game of this PvP series. I'll be linked down. Be a moment or two and we'll kick into this, guys. Bum bum bum. Alright, we should be good here. Just swap the players around. And we can ready up. So it's down, waiting for Nightmare to say go as well. Kick off into this PvP. And then after this, my CLEM MaxPax Classic. I was going to lose our first player of the tournament here, though. One of these guys will fall out top 8. The other will advance to play the loser of Hero / Classic / Cure in the winning bracket round 2. That will happen next time. Alright, let's jump in. As Man in the Moon hits us up to the start the series off with the 52-month resub. Zan in the top right. Nightmare in the bottom left. And we kick off into game number 1 of a best of 5. And we look to see what will happen coming up in a few moments. Well, more PvP. Zaun kind of got a little bit trampled by the PvP of MaxPax in the earlier match today, so that was pretty much just a very quick go-to and clean up. So we'll see what happens on this one. I think Nightmare is much more achievable of an opponent for Zaun. I think it's honestly a pretty close series. I mean, I think Zaun's got a little bit of the preference lately, maybe. But Nightmare's really been on a bit of fire. Like, I actually really think this could go either way. I think Zaun should be the favorite, but like I say, just Nightmare being good enough lately to get me excited for him and maybe expect a couple cool things in this series. So we'll see what happens. Protoss vs. Protoss and Tokamak starts up right here as we get to game number 1. Probe chases the other probe around, so we just take a few moments on that. As we just have ourselves a little bit of setting up. Yeah, this is an 8-player double elimination bracket, so this is the lower bracket. Round 1, as obviously Zaun and Nightmare have lost that earlier series today. ByuN also in the lower bracket, and then the only match in the upper bracket, round 1, that's not being played, the upper bracket quarterfinals, that hasn't been played yet, is going to be Classic Cure. That will be played on the second play day of the playoffs, which is on Tuesday, so that's going to be when you can catch that. And then the rest of the tournament, as per usual, goes from there. So yeah, say just this one elimination match today. One player gets knocked down. Just the way the schedules worked, we would have had all 4 of the upper bracket round of 8s today if we could, but Classic and Cure have another tournament to be playing in, so we have to let them play that, and we'll get them to play their upper bracket round of 8 next time. The bracket actually worked out kind of nicely because both Classic and Cure were going to have issues with today. And the fact they ended up playing each other, which was completely random. We did just pull the bracket on stream yesterday, so it was completely random, but it just so happened that it worked out exactly the way we needed it to basically just simplify things and make it so that we had 5 matches still today, where we could have maybe actually been knocked down a little bit from there instead if we were unlucky, so. But all good. like I say, here we are. We're getting some games in, and again, a good chunk of these playoffs done here on day 1. And we'll have, like I say, day 2 on Tuesday and day 3, and the final day on Thursday. That is our week of StarCraft. As the depth comes through, Probe going to take a couple of nibbles already. Not a bad start. Orpha's down again. A bunch of workers here right off the bat. Sentry is going to come about. The Adepts obviously still trying to find their way to get some damage done if at all possible, so just trying to find that opportunity. Nothing really being given up just yet though, so no chances found so far. Hallucination will take a couple shots of damage and just fly by. Still got that blink coming up as well, so again, just get that underway. As we have the sentries and the Stalker just chasing the Adept out down the other side and other direction of the map. The gates still gathering. The probes coming online. Adepts around that right side setting up very shortly here. Blink still coming through as well. This was down to finally get rid of these Adepts. They've been kind of annoying, quite frankly. And we will see the Hallucination getting taken out as well. Blink still finishing in just a few moments, so we'll get that Blink completed. The Blink halfway done on the side of Nightmare in comparison, so that Blink coming by at the moment. And that will just give us down a few moments here where he's going to have Blink and his opponent does not. So we'll see if he can capitalize on that in any way. Doesn't necessarily have to, just if you do manage it, then great. Takes the third base a little bit faster, you could argue, is maybe a sign of the fact that you've got Blink a little sooner as well, but I think now we're still in a pretty even spot. I will not have the Robo and the Forge coming up though, right? So you can just see that Zaun's basically just a little bit ahead throughout at the moment. Robo and the Forge a little bit further along. So yeah, Nightmare's doing the exact same thing. He's just behind. So just, yeah, offset by 20 seconds on the Robo, offset by 30, 40 seconds on the Forge. Is the difference at the moment. Next is finishing on the third base. Robo's pulling back across. Just going to be having the gateways, Robo Facility, Forge continue to come online right now. Plus one charge continue to come online. Temple Archives is still very much so coming through. A few extra gates coming up as well. And that charge and the plus one also being brought into play. See, the Stalker's actually getting in there. That's going to be a nice little obs catch, right? Any vision you can remove is generally going to be seen as a pretty big positive, so nice to just get straight in, pick that off, no problems at all. Easy, you could say, even. There was just no challenge to that, so it was a very comfortable couple of moments. Two more High Templars warping in right there as well. We will see the Stalkers, Sentries, and Zealots all gather up. That Hallucination going down too. Just going to get another grab on this. Gonna step straight down to this bottom side. That panel going to fall. The battery going to take some damage. We're seeing the rest of the units showing up from Zound, so he's going to have a lot to run in with here in the next couple of moments. The units of Nightmare just about getting into position in time to nullify anything from really happening just yet. It's nothing too hectic. I mean, Zound is obviously still threatening the idea of a fight. The upgrades, they're not as far ahead as they once were for Zound, as Archon count is very similar too. There's the one hallucination from Nightmare, which might just be scaring Zound off a little bit as well. It's the power of the hallucination, right? You don't always know as, as the opponent, you can't always justify being like, yeah, that one shouldn't be there, right? Because, at this stage of the game, it would be very difficult to track all of the gas that's being spent, all the units you've killed, blah, blah, blah. This doesn't really make sense, right? Shield's gonna pop his name. It looks as though he wants to help himself out a little bit in this fight. It's awkward because he's getting kind of poked away at from range, and he can't really do anything about it, to be quite honest with you. He's kind of just stuck there at the moment, unable to really free himself in this situation. Smoke's poking up. Fusel's gonna start charging in as well. Zound just keeps bullying himself into the same place. I love this move with all his ults on the left side. It just takes attention away, right? It really opens up the area here for you to justify attacking into. The attack is justifiable anyway, but it just makes that a little bit easier to see. And see right now, the Archons especially are going to put in work. And that's the big part of this, right? The Archons swinging away is absolutely huge, because those Archons are able to just get all the splash in, they remove the Zealots, and then everything else just comes collapsing down so quickly afterward. Zound is going to march on into the third base of Nightmare, and this one is as good as done, because Nightmare has less than half the supply left. And Zound is going to continue to sit on top of this base, killing probes and more. Nightmare will see GG, and that will be game one over to Nightmare. Game two coming up. Get ready to settle down into our second map, which will be Ley Lines. Ooh. Alright, fun little map coming up then for game two here. Get that underway. Well, I'll be linked down, will be good in a moment. Alright, now we just need the players to be ready. Go, 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 go. Perfect. They are set immediately. Let's do this. Let's jump in. See what the plan will be. Let's do this. I'm going to head down to the bottom left-hand side where we have got the blue Protoss player. This is Nightmare, down a game in the series right now, looking to fight his way back into it. Zound is saying, hey, today's a 3-0 kind of day. Love to add to that right now, because obviously that would be him heading in the right direction. We'll see if that turns out to be the case. We're really hoping it's not a 3-0, but the possibility does remain. Probes go across the map on either side. It's just going to take those straight over to the other side here for a couple of moments. inside the core coming about, the gateway coming through, probes are on the way around just for a moment here. Continue to settle ourselves. Both players with that 2 gateways each. It is the expected start, to be fair, just... We're actually getting to a point of PvP where I feel like a lot of the 1-gaters are kind of gone. 1-gate really does seem to be becoming much less of a thing of the norm, and everyone's kind of starting to play just 2-gate, 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 and that's leading to a lot more kind of macro PvP, where neither player is kind of looking to kind of kill the other guy super early. It's having quite the impact, so definitely something that's having an impact on the matchup for sure. They both go double gas, yep. It's pretty standard as well. You can 2-gate versus 2-gate, or just 2-gate in general. Because if you're 2-gate and you're not looking to expand quickly, so then you always have the chance to get to the gas, is kind of what it comes down to. So, no reason to not take it as the TLDR. And especially with a lot of the builds right now, you're going very sentry heavy too. Even if you expand here, right, you kind of want to set up in a way that gives you the gas access for a deeper part of this game, so... Proxies across the map as maybe looks to apply some pressure. As he takes his expansion, I mean, a 3rd gateway and a 4th gateway. Ooh, an expansion into 4 gates, very fun. It's a little bit unique, isn't it? I don't see that one all the time. I mean, basically you're playing macro, but then you're actually... You're going to be putting some heavy pressure on it. And you can see Blink on the way from Nightmare. That is what he counts down to. If Nightmare can successfully get Blink, he is fine. Because Blink will allow him to trade so much better than what Nightmare can trade. A couple shots coming through. Going to be seeing the Stalker going down there, the battery doing some healing, the couple sentries and Stalker still going back the other way. And Blink coming about, the battery coming through right now, just again get all of this up and rolling for the moment. Stalker step forward as well. And get a few shots off, and we start to nip our way through this. I mean, this is the sound getting aggressive as we expected. This is exactly what this build order does. It steps up, you play aggressively, get involved. And so far, yeah, it doesn't really do enough, to be honest. I mean, you can see Nightmare's economy lead as he has 37 to 26 workers. Sound needs to get just units and just go. But we are trickling towards that Blink upgrade that, to me, is just a major sign of this game being done. Because if that Blink finishes, I genuinely do not see how you trade out here effectively as Zaun. Like, at that point, you just get out-traded every single time. He's going to start Twilight of his own. He's realizing that this build is absolutely hitting a brick wall at the moment. And unfortunately, that brick wall is not falling down. It is standing very, very strong. Dog Center just moving over, a couple gates, Nexus, and the Robo facility coming online as well, so we continue to build that up. And here comes, we come forward once more. A lot of the units on the other side of the map are just killing probes, so Zaun is going to be losing a ton of economy. It maybe gives him the chance to get forward. Honestly, Zaun, chaos like this is probably one of the best case scenarios for Zaun, because getting the Dark Shrine up maybe gives him a chance. The Robo's going to be done here from Nightmare, though, and it's on the low ground. So he is going to have detection available for himself, which is kind of the big thing we're looking at, right? He has that detection available. DTs aren't going to change this game, and then Zaun really is just doomed, because Zaun needs to do a bunch of damage. So Zaun needs to get a whole bunch out of this, and Right now, that does not look like it's happening, to be honest. Unless a whole bunch of damage looks like a whole lot less damage than it used to. Back in my day, you know. I mean, again, Nightmare just has that blink, so you can chase this down very comfortably as well, and that's exactly what you're seeing right here. Just have the Stalkers coming up, Sentry gonna get chased. Nightmare is gonna get the GG out of Zaun, and Zaun just realized that this one is going absolutely nowhere. So GG's! My goodness, guys, we have done it! We are entering Game 4 territory. There will be a fourth game of this series. It will not be a 3-0. Can you believe that? Honestly, with the way that the day has gone so far, no. But it will be the case. It will happen. And we'll get, for now, Game 3 coming up. But like I say, we're guaranteed a 4-map series because this is tied 1-1 in the best of 5. Do 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 do. Get everyone in. Go, 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 go. Just gonna drag Nightmare up. Make sure he race swaps over. Perfect. Countdown is on. We are underway. Game 3. Go, go. As you have in the top left side, it is going to be Zaun. He's up. Now 1-1 in this series. Nightmare tying it up. Game 3 here now in the WardiTV Summer Championships 2025. Part of our 2025 series, one of these players is going to lose that chance to qualify directly to the 2025 championship as well. It's one of the big things up for grabs across the course of the Summer Championship, on top of just the prize money that we have as per usual. Island, that's our map, guys. So we're trying to get comfortable. I can't get comfortable. I don't know why I'm not comfortable at all sitting down today. Maybe I should stand up and cast for a little bit. Maybe that's what we need to do. And you just realized my name is actually Ward. Yeah, Wardy is a childhood nickname. Turned into my game attack. I thought it'd be really cool if I made my game attack Wardy with an I. That's why it's spelled like that. Usually, if you talk to anyone who knows me from, like, you know, when I was young, they would spell Wardy with a Y. It's probably really weird to you guys. Helen had this realization recently. I was like, someone wrote it with a Y. She's like, wow, they wrote your name wrong. And I was like, I was like, what do you mean they wrote it wrong? That's how it's spelled. And she's like, what? She's like, what do you mean? It's spelled with an I. I'm like, well, actually, no, it's actually spelled with a Y. It's just my, you don't use my gamer tag, Also, the Wardy with an I looks smarter to write. So, like, it looks better as, like, a tag, Being called Wardy, like, in person, like... I guess then it doesn't matter, because when you're talking about how it looks written, you're always talking about it being written. But, like, for a gamer tag, Wardy with a Y just looked kind of ugly. So... Sounds familiar. Your nickname was Millsby. It looked way cooler with a Y and a Z when you were like 12. Yeah. This is what I mean. Like, it's just those silly things. See, like, mine still sounds the same. It just wrote differently, I don't know why, but at some point I always thought it'd be really cool to change it to having like a to be written with like the with an I as well. And I was like, man, no one's ever gonna do this, right? Like, everyone's just always gonna write it the other way. So then when I had this genius idea to use it as like my gamer tag or whatever, I was like, this is it. No one can stop me now. Crazy. Is Ward short for Bruce? In what world is Ward short for Bruce? That's a fascinating... I don't even know how you even begin to get there. You never actually looked at that part of my screen to see my name? Yeah, honestly, there's a lot of stuff on the screen that people don't look at. I mean, most people don't even read the title, So... It's actually funny how invaluable screen space is when you stream. People really look at what they want to look at, and not at everything else around it, So, that's funny. Yeah, I do have a lot of plushies. Look, lots of plushies is a good thing. You know what? There's just so little StarCraft merch nowadays. It's like, I'm so glad of anything that I have that's StarCraft related. Like, honestly, I have a lot of StarCraft stuff, but I also have pretty much all StarCraft stuff, And when you think of it like that, it's kind of crazy. Now, I don't have everything. There's, like, going to be a lot of things from, like, way back when, especially, like, StarCraft Brood War stuff, but, like, there's a lot of StarCraft stuff that I do just have. And it's like, when you think about it like that, it's like, this is the majority of StarCraft 2 stuff you could possibly own. It's really not that much for something as big as StarCraft 2, I guess that, I mean, I don't have any, like, t-shirts or anything back in the background, but I've had all the StarCraft 2 shirts as well. I've just worn them over the years, and they've been worn down, It's actually kind of sad, because all the StarCraft 2 shirts I used to wear very regularly, like, they're just too worn down to wear anymore. So, like, if I put them on, I'm like, man, these feel, like, tatty. So, like, I'm out of StarCraft shirts. Like, the only StarCraft shirts I have now are, like, I guess, like, the Home Story Cup shirt and stuff, or, like, my own WardiTV shirt and so on. It's kind of crazy. Probably get them out of my closet and, like, maybe make a display with them or something. Do something. Plus one on the charge on the way out as we get ourselves settled here. The situation is pretty even across the board. Nightmare has a little bit of a worker lead right now, so we've got that going on. At the moment, she's going to be seeing the probes. She's going to be in trouble with some DTs, though, and that's going to be why Zound is looking to try and take an advantage in this. Zound shows up to poke at the front as well. Observer count is just at one, so they're going to be spread out, so that's going to have to kind of try and go everywhere to deal with this, and that's the problem, is that this damage is done, and it is huge. That is going to be absolutely massive amounts of work done there. Charging the +1 building, the charge and the +1 on the other side as well. But yeah, Zound maybe behind on the upgrades, but he just took a massive eco lead. I feel like every single worker there just got absolutely laid into, so that was kind of a big deal. Big deal indeed. Now a Dark Shrine comes up from Nightmare, who realizes he's behind. Maybe it's time to Dark Shrine. Right behind Dark Shrine, they say. Just have the extra zealots and the charge and the +1 seem to come through. But yeah, that was a pretty chaotic sequence of events. This nation will check about. Nightmare's catching back up on workers because there's obviously this weird thing where basically what happens is that you are, you're behind on workers, but your opponent has no reason to build more workers because they're not on a 4th base yet. So you will catch back up on workers, but you have been down those workers for a serious amount of time, and those, the resources you're spending on workers are resources your opponent is spending on army and other things, because you've already, he's already built his workers and they never died. So there is an impact from that, so it may not seem like there's much of a worker difference now, but Zound definitely had an advantage that built from this. Gonna recall back home with those stalkers. Not sure if there's any particular reason why he's rushing back here, but yeah, maybe he just wants to gather everything up together and go from there. Seems to be the case for the moment. You have DT plushies, but they're cloaked? Yeah. So annoying. You would have thought that they maybe would have done a detected DT rather than a cloaked DT. It's just crazy. It's so bad as well because you put it dead center on your shelf because it's so cool, but no one sees it, so it just looks like you have an empty shelf. It's tough, man. It's a tough life. It's a tough life over here. Stalker gonna come pressing forward as we are chasing this army down. It's going to be jumping in. Going to be seeing a lot of those zealots going down right now. The Stalker's going back the other way as well. It's going to be having the extra zealots going through. The cannon building. Nexus about to finish. Nightmare saying G gets overrun. What a surprise. The guy who killed 20 workers is going to succeed. Yeah, it was just a lot of damage done by Zound. Nothing really else to say than that. That leads us into a game 4 where Zound is leading. So it is Zound to survive in this tournament if he can win one more map. Otherwise, Nightmare looks to keep himself alive right now and force us over to a game 5. It's Maganath, the big map actually for this next game. Let's see how that plays out. Never my lobby wants to actually load. Took a while, but we got there. Oops, now I just kicked Rex from the lobby. Never a good thing. Try and fix that, shall we? Alright, everyone's in here. Go, go. And we can kick off into the next one, guys. Hey, what's up, Duddles? How you doing, mate? Good to see ya. Duddles, are you, you playing Fantasy, Duddles? Did I forget to re-ping you? For some reason, I just assumed you were already signed up, but you're not. Are you playing Fantasy Dolls? You should reply on the Discord. Peer pressure while you're here, or just efficiency. Yeah, it's fantasy time. Go check the Discord. I didn't add everyone, but then I added people who hadn't replied yet, but then I feel like I didn't actually add you for some reason. No? Or am I being super crazy? And I have added you, or I've written your name down, I'm just not reading it right. But I don't think I'm going crazy. Down in the upper left is leading 2-1. Nightmare in the bottom right is hence losing 1-2. You're not added? Yeah, you didn't reply though, right? Or did you reply and I just ignored you? I might have just replied and ignored you. Alright. I can't be bothered to scroll up. but I can add you. I just had this realization that we're drafting in like 1 week, and I'm like, we actually need to have like everyone. Like, this is happening soon. We need to actually double check who's actually playing and make sure we've got enough people. Fill some gaps if needed. Kind of crazy how things creep up on you. Alright, Proby's gonna nibble at Proby's. Anyways, back to StarCraft. Enough Duttles distracting us all. Typical Duttle shows up. Throws a spanner in the works without even meaning to. Crazy. If we need you. Oh, you're welcome to play, mate. I mean, we don't need you. We can replace you, but like, you know, you have a spot in the league. You are, you know, you've been a member for many years. You played last year, right? Or am I crazy? You did play last year, no? You play? Yeah, cool. Yeah, no, you're already counted in the numbers that we have. Like, you're already assumed to be playing. I just would like confirmation, basically, is all. All right, so I'll add you to the list. Is the TLDR of this conversation. Cool. Good talk. Good talk. The PayPal info is in the Discord. When you get a chance. Alright, good talk. Alright, PvP! Alright, I guess while we're on topic, if anyone is interested in playing NFL Fantasy with StarCraft people, then let me know. We might have spaces available to join our league. I don't think we're going to do a stream-only one, but we do have space. We probably have some spaces available in what is our regular yearly league, so... Where on my Discord? If you just ping me, mate, just ping me in a PM, and I'll let you know. Because I don't think I'm going to do a stream-only one, but it's very likely we have space in the regular one. In the one we do yearly. It's like $20 buy-in. Yeah, there's a 12 of us or so. But yeah, I can add you to the Discord if as long... I'm going to presume we're going to at least have one space, so you can have that space. I just need to double check people aren't playing, is all, still. From last year. Yeah, just send me a PM, because we do on a different Discord. Unless we really just have enough people to do like a full-on stream one as well, I just don't think we have enough people to do a stream-only NFL Fantasy. But if there's a ton of people that are interested, then we like I say, we could do it. I know we talked about this before, but I don't know if there was that much... I didn't know if there was enough interest overall. Anyways, we should really talk about this game. I really am getting off topic. Hallucinations. Moving about, getting going. For the moment. Going to be seeing the Stalker Sentry. Few of them going to pull away over to the other side. Let's just have a little bit of a moment or two of getting settled down. The Robot Facility and the Forge both coming up. What is NFL? It's American football. America. Have a couple gates coming up, Robo Facility coming through. This Fantasy League started as a dank shrine thing. It was Toast, and he he just asked if anyone wanted to play Fantasy, and I was like, yo, that sounds fun, count me in. I think he just tweeted if anyone wants to do like a StarCraft Fantasy thing, or like a StarCraft Fantasy League, and I was like, I was just getting into it, so I was like, okay, that sounds fun, so I joined. And now apparently I run it. because no one else was going to run it, so I took over. I was like, this is my main fantasy league, man. I can't just have this die on me, you know. This is the only one I've played it for you. I've got such a good track record as well. I can't let my my team history go to waste, you know. You know, we're like the 3-time champions, the frickin' Stasis Wardies. Stasis Wardies can't just lose their history over someone not running the league. You know? Oh yeah. Can't have that happen. Jeez. It's the only one you still play. So yeah, it's a good one. It's a good league. It's a good league. I actually think this year's going to be great. I think people are going to be a bit more active this year, so I think it's going to be good. What's a fantasy league? Let me cast this fight first. Stalkers blinking back. Force fields epic. Prism warping. Oh my goodness. Dead observer in the background. But the Stalker number is so big. Huge wow. Incredible stuff. But amazing control. Micro, macro. Stalker warping. Yes, no charge? Question mark. Upgrades done. Defense made. Okay, good cost. Said I think I hit a few of the stimulus words that needed to be in there. Good stuff. Brilliant. Is the sound going to keep going? I think maybe he has to. He's actually genuinely talking. He was kind of down in that fight, but he took an okay-ish fight. He's really working on numbers. He does not have the upgrade. He's going to be working with the charge that's finished now as well to add a zealot or two in the mix. I mean, maybe, just maybe you can make this work. This kind of is a little bit of a micro fight. It is just the fact that +1 is there for Nightmare. Just have the Stalker still gathering up. We just see the +2 attack coming through. The extra gates and a zealot are coming about. Extra few units warping in. Sentries warping in as well. Honestly? I'm for some reason, I'm kind of a Zound believer, even though I really feel like this should not be a Zound scenario. He needs to blink to the right now. He needs to get away from the Zealots. The Zealots are an issue. The Zealots take so long to get through. That's why I think his number advantage is going to fade a little. Good try. Good try. Blink forward, another couple Stalkers going down. We will see. What's going on? Just gonna have the other Stalkers coming about. Prism needs to step back. A few shots coming in again. A little bit of back and forth right here. Nightmare's looking better and better though, guys. After all of our 3-0s, we're gonna get a 3-2. It's gonna happen. We're actually gonna see a game 5. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Keep casting, yeah. Yeah. It was meant to be a meme, but I actually think it turned out pretty well. Not I was like, oh, let's just quickly cast this fight, blah, blah, blah. You say some of the words, the people that aren't watching get the general idea. You just gotta fit as many of them in as possible. I was actually saving you guys time by just minimizing the filler, you know? It's called minimalistic casting, so you guys have to use less energy listening, and you get more information more quickly, you know? Stalkers go back and forth. We are going to see the rocks get knocked down. Nightmare blinks away from any sort of trouble that could have arisen from those rocks dropping, so nothing really happens there. That is all sorted out, no problem. See the army on that right. I mean, Zound has just been on an all-in basically for an extended period at this point. It's not going well. Stalker's gonna try and fight through. Let's see, Guardian Shield's kind of a big deal here as well. Both of them will have it, but the Sentry gets taken down more quickly on the side of Zound, and his supply is dropping to the point where I think we say GG. He's going to lose the Prism as well. And that is GG. Wow. There you go. Alright, so Nightmare is going to take us to the Game 5 of the series. That's not exciting. Both players keeping themselves in this, going the distance. The elimination match is where it all heats up today. Who would have thought that it came down to the most important game of the series? I love it. All right. Kind of nice because we actually get a series here rather than just a washover. What is fantasy? Yeah, Duttle's already explained what it is. But yes, if anyone does want to play NFL Fantasy, you can either go to my Discord and at me in Discord, or just go to my Discord and find me on Discord, and then you can just private message me on Discord. And if we have space, I will add you. And if there's enough interest, I would just run a Wardy stream league, but I don't think there's enough interest for that, so Yeah, we'll probably just yeah, I do probably have a few spaces available, so if you're interested, message me on Discord. It is $20. We do this one because this is not the one for the stream, but this one is $20 buy-in as well. So just preface that. I got to click host on the game. I'm smart. Bum-ba-da-dum. Alright, Persephone to wrap up this series. Go, 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 go. Getting cold. Take a couple of moments. Let's do this. Final game, and then we get MaxPax versus CLEM. How wonderful is that? Love it. I ever tested this as just a bunch of random words, lots of energy to see if we respond the same. I mean, I just did. Honestly, no one really called me out for it. You know? No one really called me out for it, so, yeah. Crazy. Crazy. Alright, let's, go. In the top left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the blue Protoss player. This is going to be Zaun, taking on the red Protoss in the bottom left-hand side. It is Nightmare. Final game of the series. Coming down to this. CLEM MaxPax coming up afterward. Similar coming down. We're going to be back on track now, guys, okay? We're going to be back on track. No more getting distracted. Or any of that nonsense. Full focus. Full focus. Alright, second gauge Cybercore coming up. Probe coming by. Just going to be seeing Zowny moving about a little bit. A little bit of a nibble here, a little bit of a nibble there. It was legit funny. I mean, like, honestly, I thought some people were just going to be like... honestly, people respond less to when I do things on stream than I think they would, you know? Like, sometimes I just forget to keep on talking about the game for, like, 2 minutes, and, like, one guy's like, is Wardy AFK? And then no one else says anything, like, oh, yeah, this is just perfectly normal. Wardy hasn't said anything for, like, I might have forgotten how to speak or something, and everyone's just like, yeah, whatever. You guys are just used to me forgetting to talk about the game, I guess. Thanks for continuing to ruin your sleep schedule. Yeah, no worries. It's the only reason I keep doing that. I'm like, you know what would be really worth thousands and thousands of dollars? If we could just run enough StarCraft 2 to keep Oz Protoss' sleep schedule in a horrible place, you know? Hate those Oz Protoss guys, you know? Let's sleep deprive them with good StarCraft 2. Thanks for watching, mate. Appreciate it. Yeah, one best of 5 left after this, guys. It obviously has been... It's not been a super fast day, but for 5 best of 5s, we're 3 hours 15 in. We've got one best of 5 left. Honestly, it's not super crazy. I mean, actually, I thought it could have maybe even been short. The fact they've been 3 zeros as well, like... I actually think today has actually turned into still a reasonably length stream considering that. So, yeah. Could have been worse, as the dealio at the end of it all. The takeaway from the end of it all, I suppose. Council coming up. It's much faster on the side of Nightmare as both players will have the expand. The Stargate just being up from down means he's going to have himself the Oracle he can work with, so he'll be able to work with an Oracle. As the Adept chases about, Blink will start. Probe coming up. Again, Twilight Council still very much on the way in. The Oracle does get deflected, so Oracle getting pushed back out of there. So a little bit of a later blink, but you're going to have the Oracle harass on your side, so that's where Zound sits. He should be honestly pretty comfortable with his position. He kind of chose where he wanted to be with this right now, and he's where he wants to be, right? Like, this setup is exactly what he wanted. He's not getting attacked, he's not getting denied or anything, so he's looking fine and dandy at the moment. And blink coming through from both right now, so we get that settled in. See the Sentries and the Stalkers joining. Faster third base from Nightmare, who has got the faster blink as well, so that does also make sense. And blink coming up on both sides. The Warp Gates are going to finish. What does Wardy do for work other than SC2? SC2 is my life, man. This is what we do. Every single day, StarCraft's on the go. This is a full-time endeavor. Has been for 10 years now. Which is pretty crazy that we've done this for like 10 years, just full-time non-stop. It's one of the most baffling things in my life, probably. Pretty crazy. Probe facility coming through, just going to be seeing the Stalkers coming about for a couple of moments. Let's settle down for a little bit at least. Back and forth still to see the rover facility and that forge still coming through. The Nexus and the probes building as we speak, so we continue to bring that all online. The Adept going to shade forward, another Stalker warping in. See that Adept getting to the third mineral line. Going to be a scout more than anything as Zound going to start coming forward. Zound's down in workers, down a gateway as well, so I'm not sure what Zound feels like he can really get done with this right now. I don't think this poke has anything going on. He is still building probes. Wow, nice blink into that stasis ward as well, just instantly moving through. Another stasis coming straight down, so yeah, nicely handled with that first stasis from Nightmare. And yeah, I think Zound at this sort of point in time just has to... I mean, he's doing the right thing, right? He's still building workers. It's not like this is a super committed attack. That stasis catches a little bit more, but Zound's already heading the other direction, so it doesn't look like he's going to stick around to try and make the most of this or do too much else here. Looks as though we're kind of done for the moment. Charging the +1, still building through. I'd actually like to see an Excel sheet on how many hours in total, for example, this tournament we do. Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot of StarCraft admin work isn't so tough anymore, but it's just the little things that add up, right? It's like, you know, for example, like messaging all the players doesn't take very long, but then they all message back at a different point in time. And I have to, like, you know, if someone messaged me at some point and we have to fix something, etc., etc. Honestly, like, there's a lot of admin work that really goes into running tournaments. But obviously I do, you know, I do my YouTube every day as well for the most part. I do, you know, I cut up a VOD and make a thumbnail and stuff. It also doesn't take very long. It's just all the little different jobs that add up usually, I would say. I mean, honestly, if I could stream 5 hours solid StarCraft every day, I would do so. You know, a lot of the days, you know, days where I do 3 hours, it's kind of like, you know, those days where I do 3 hours, I wish I could do like a couple more hours. We just run out of StarCraft to cast is what happens, so it's always a kind of the thing that holds us back from doing more than anything. Anyways, Nightmare's attacking through. This base goes down. Nightmare is in a great position, like I said. He was just a little bit ahead, and now he's got that upgrade already here. Zeld's coming through. 4th base going down, and I think Zaun, he finished top 4 last season, got invited into the group stage 2 of this event. Is going to fall in the top 8 this time around. Nightmare looking to survive to day 2 of the playoffs as he attacks in. Zeld's just warped in though from Zaun. I mean, getting rid of the 4th is already a big win. You might not need to do too much more here as Nightmare. Sometimes doing less is more, right? Where if he attacks in right now, that might put him in a bit of a rough spot. I mean, I like the Prism in the main base. That's nice. He's still poking at the front. Walks into a stasis, though. I mean, he hasn't started +2, so his advantage is going to be dissipating in terms of the upgrade lead. It's going to be disappearing in a moment or two anyway. So that's one of the things where you're going to lose out a little bit on right here. Stalkers and company gathering up. I mean, Nightmare's still sitting quite nicely between the bases, right? Which is a pretty big deal as well, I would say. You can kind of poke forward one way and then the other, but this is definitely evening out. Zaun is definitely starting to find a hold in this, and I actually wonder if Nightmare's actually going to find himself not having enough in the end. He gets turned around. The supplies are going to flip. It was looking so good for Nightmare, but the defense is made, and Nightmare, like I say, sometimes doing less is more, and I think he did enough to just back it up and leave. Because he killed off the 4th base. He was in a good position. You don't need to do much more in this scenario, right? You just need to back up and chill for a couple of moments. Get more units, let your 4th base eco advantage sink in, and then attack with that advantage in play. Instead, we go a little bit too soon, and with that commitment a little bit too early on, he just let Zaun back in the game. In a scenario where Zaun was probably in trouble, now Zaun gets to fight back, take some trades he maybe shouldn't have been able to take, and now this game stays competitive. Big difference is going to be the tech units on the side of Nightmare. Having 3 Archons is an absolutely major deal. Having that as an advantage is 100% huge right now. So that, I think Nightmare still is in the leading position. It just probably should have looked better than this, because he lost a lot of army in the end there. Obviously, the Prism went down in that main base. I actually, out of everything he did, I liked that the Prism went in. I think losing the Prism and getting some Zealots in was fine. I think he just should have done that without without committing the Stalkers in at the front. Like, you can do that and then poke with the Stalkers and still see if there's an opportunity to get something done, right? But you don't have to commit in like he did, and I think that was the mistake. Now Nightmare shoves up, and, well, Zaun's going to avoid the army, which is absolutely the correct call, as we've just been mentioning. There's Archons and so here from Nightmare. His army looks better, but a base trade may just enable Zaun to stay in this still, and that's going to be what he plays for right now. So base trading, trying to make this hectic. He's obviously going to start the base trade late, which is a little bit unfortunate. That's going to make it a bit more challenging. Nightmare has way more army supplies. Zaun just going to warp in a few more Stalkers, try and get them on the map, and try and just get them away from this main army, and maybe hope that we can get something done. Solid Stalker just pushing through. The Forge will go down. +2 never finishes. Zaun has an armor upgrade lead. He's got a bit of money for one more Stalker warp in, or, I was going to say, he's going to want to build bases elsewhere. He's going to build both corners of the map up already. There are structures elsewhere coming down already for Nightmare as he begins to deal with this exact situation himself. Has to figure through the aggression and all of that goodness, so he starts to handle that as the Nexus top right gets cancelled. The bottom right Nexus will be coming through for the moment then, so we get that set up. Stalkers keep fighting for a few moments. The Nexus continues in. Again, Pylon coming up for the moment as the units will clear out the main base. So now it's those extra bases of Zaun that have to come through and deliver. And he has to hold on to those and not lose those structures, otherwise this game is going to start coming to a close. So it's definitely time where it's the part of the game where things are going to intensify, put it that way. I mean, Nightmare's going down the bottom left. Zaun's taking longer to clean up the base because he started base trading later. That was kind of the problem as well in the first place, right? Force field on the ramp, but the Archon can break the force field. Zaun just wants to get rid of these units and probably recall out, but he needs to get these structures. There's unlikely going to be a chance for him to get back in the main. Oh, the recall! What? No! The recall is horrible. He whiffed. He was trying to stack the units because obviously recall can only hit a certain amount. Okay, it's over. It was obviously always looking Nightmare favor, but that was not the ending he was looking for. Nexus, I'm going to recoil over here as well. GG. Nightmare takes it 3-2. Bouncing back, he was never winning this series. He was always trailing or tying. In the end, he gets it done. Alright guys, that's going to be our PvP wrapped up, and it's Zaun that gets eliminated here, as we'll be heading on to the European server for CLEM versus MaxPax, the finale of today. And obviously one of the absolute banger matchups in this bracket. So you're going to get CLEM versus MaxPax up next, and then we'll take a full look at where the bracket is at after that. So CLEM MaxPax coming up. We'll be back with you guys in just a moment. I'll see you guys momentarily. Countdown begins. As we get ready to go into this. Alrighty, let's get going. In the bottom left, we're just gonna have ourselves the Red Protoss players. We kick off in this best of 5. This will be our Red Protoss MaxPax as we get into our last series of the day, but hey, it's an absolute banger to round the day out on. Can't complain at that. In the top right, our Blue Terran from Team Liquid, it is CLEM. So, game number 1, best of 5, upper bracket semifinals. Winner of this is top 3 of the tournament guaranteed. That's what's on the line already here. That's how the numbers work. You win 2 matches and you're top 3. So, yeah, already a big one today. We got this one figured out, and then we see where we end up in the rest of the event. Which of these players will be taking a dip to the lower bracket, which will be taking the road through the upper bracket. Obviously, whoever wins this is going to be a bit of a favorite in that upper bracket final as well. More than likely. I mean, obviously, Hero can put up a challenge there as well. Maybe calling them a favorite is not fair. But I mean, that both these guys are realistically somewhat favorites to potentially win this thing. So, unfortunately, they had to meet now, but someone has to draw someone in the first on the same side of the bracket. So, obviously, unlucky that they've maybe found the same side. But like I said, I mean, Hero's on the other side, Classic's on the other side. You can't really say that those guys deserve to play like CLEM or MaxPax any sooner either, right? So the way it worked out on this one is we do see the Reaper coming about, Factor coming through. It's going to be having the Cybercore and the Nexus building up as well as we get settled down. So, yeah, we set up, we get going, and look to see what the plan shall be. Let's take a few moments to get ourselves put into this game, and CLEM played a pretty convincing TVP earlier against Nightmare, so he played a pretty convincing series on that one. Wondering if he has more TVP like that, obviously. He'll need it to take on MaxPax. It's funny, I don't think I've actually casted a CLEM MaxPax matchup in a long time. It's just been a while since we've had these two meet, because CLEM's not been playing the Open Cups recently. I want to say it's been at least a month since I casted a match between these two. Seeing the Twilight Council and Nexus all coming up. The Adept is about to finish. Warp Gate on the way. Let's just take a few moments here initially. The bracket's amazing though, you loved it. Yeah, I think the bracket's great as well, to be honest. I think it's very solid, so I'm very happy with where the bracket's at and everything too. Just, yeah. I mean, people will always be sad that CLEM and MaxPax meet now instead of like the grand final, the upper bracket final or something. But like I say, there's just a lot of good players, and like I don't know if CLEM and MaxPax are so clearly the top 2 in these events as they maybe once were as well. So I'm just used to seeing them in finals, right? So it makes it feel like maybe they should be a bit deeper in the event. Team Marine spoke back that Adept, as CLEM will have the medevac shortly to apply some pressure here. I just want to take a quick moment, guys, just to take a second to say, obviously, thank you for tuning in today. It's the WardiTV Summer Championship. If you are enjoying the stream, do consider supporting. The Summer Championship is an event that's powered by you guys. Your support makes tournaments like this happen. We do not have sponsors. We do not have some magic money tree. If you guys enjoy this tournament and want to see more of it, you can support the channel in all of the usual ways: donations, subs, memberships, etc. Use your Prime subs. Just keep on watching as well, though. Watch those ads. It all adds up, and it allows us to run more StarCraft 2 like this. So, just want to take a moment to mention that, because we've not really sold out too much today. Just want to bring that up. I appreciate you guys. Obviously, if you're watching this on the YouTube, hit that like and subscribe as well. Always goes a long way, too. And that's not just if you're watching live, but if you're watching the VOD on YouTube, that can apply as well, because this one probably gets uploaded in a couple of weeks, you know? Yeah. There's a pretty good chance of that. Yo, thank you, Nerlatan, for the 38-month resub as CLEM shows up, gets herself sieged. Stalker's not exactly in the greatest position right now. Probe's already going down. This dare I say, already feels like a bit of a disaster for MaxPax in this opening game. It's going wrong very quickly. The Cyclone Micro is back, and I think we are on the verge of CLEM just clearing up house. Yeah, here's me. Hey guys, just take a moment. You know, I just want to take a moment to sell out while the game's getting set up and everything. Meanwhile, I finish, and Clem's like, game's over. He's like, support this. Cheers, mate. Good one, Clem. Good one. Good one. Alrighty, we are going to take a moment then to hop through. What's up, Darkweaver? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. We're going to hop into game number 2 on ley lines, guys. That one's obviously pretty swift. We get ready to roll. My favorite NFL team. Okay, guys, we're gonna have to stop talking NFL. I already took an extended amount of time talking about NFL and fantasy today. We already got distracted. You can't get me distracted during CLEM MaxPax, okay? We already did a lot of NFL chitter chatter, mostly about fantasy. Hashtag blame turtles. I'm not answering any more questions. We're staying on topic. Next doormat. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, though. Appreciate you. Thank you for priming up the channel. Appreciate it. Let's go in game. And let's head into game number 2, as that was a whirlwind of an opening map. In the bottom left-hand side, the red Brawlers player is going to be MaxPax. Up against the blue Terran in the upper right-hand corner, we are going to be seeing Team Liquid's CLEM. What's up, PenQ5? Thank you so much for the 15-month resub on the Prime as well. Money well spent as always. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for priming us up. Wow, guys, we've almost activated the hype train. Can you believe it? The hype train is at the station. I actually don't think... We've not had a hype train on the channel in so long. It's just a silly thing. It really means nothing, but, like... Usually they, like, pop up here and there, but, like, I actually don't know if we've had one for, like, weeks, no? I'm probably just forgetting something. Anyways, full focus on the game. We do have ourselves the pro coming up to the top side. As we have... Yeah, just the pro beat moving about. A little bit of a look to see what's going on. Bit of action moving around here. Early, the SCV building up the barracks. It's going to finish in a few moments as well. And we have ourselves a fairly regular first few moments. What I mean by that really is just there's no fast proxy. There's no immediate aggression that one side is looking to throw at the other. I always think that is seen as nice and standard, right? Nice and regulated for the early moments. Never a bad thing. Yo, what's up? Milo Mindven, thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime WardiTV Championship hype. Hell yeah, appreciate it, mate. Excited as well. Excited to get to the playoffs. Honestly, this tournament feels a little bit surreal for me. I've had so much going on lately. I feel like this tournament and casting this event has just been a bit of a fever dream in the background of doing wedding stuff, because we're only a couple of weeks away from that. So, yeah, I like the fact we're here in the playoffs and it's exciting is like, it's kind of caught me off guard almost. Because now Twitch chat's just freaking popping off all over the place. Hello, guys. Thank you so much. Let me scroll up a little bit. GD7811, thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Thanks for the SE2 content. No worries. Thank you so much for supporting it, of course. Appreciate it. Next, Doormat gifting out 5 subs, I believe, to Shved Von Ayer, Harbringer 1975, Laughing Games, Netku, and Chatmike, and BT Rose on the Prime sub as well. And Jay Martin, also on the Prime sub, genuinely on a bit of a hypey sub train right now. Hello, guys. Welcome, welcome, and thank you so much for supporting. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much for supporting. And SE2D on the raid as well. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the primes. Appreciate the support as we see this Reaper just poking around a little bit for a moment or two. Hallucination going across the map at the same time. Also a look to see what's going on in the Cyclone. We'll try and get in there. a flurry of excitement on the, in the Twitch chat to get focused back up on the... apparently not. Curious Ovi, thank you so much also. 19 months of resub on the Prime. I nearly got back to the game. This time, though. So, where are we at? Clem, tanks on the way, a couple Marines building. The medevac is out to maybe try and get some initial harassment done. We'll see what he maybe wants to do with that in the next few moments. Just see the blink in the gateway. Probes as well, all coming through for now. And things look pretty regular from MaxPax just for the blink opener. Going to take the third base behind this as well. So again, we get all of that set up at the moment. We bring a lot of that through, a lot of that into play. So what's up, okay, you guys are really just dinging away now. Holy. First of all, this medevac drop comes in, Cyclone gets a Stalker kill, and we'll push that back out. Max Sparrow on the 6 month resub. I resubbed a while ago, but using this opportunity to send the message to further distract me. I'll take it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Aussie841, thank you for the 3 month resub on the Prime. And Tired Universe on the 27-month resub as well. You like trains? Amazing. Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you for 27. And Blixen gifted a tier 1 sub to Miyoka. Thank you so much as well. I appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's genuinely a sub train. Usually the hype trains are like, a couple people resub, and then someone like gives 5 subs. Like, this was genuinely like, subs. Crazy. Genuinely on a little bit of a roll. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it. Let's see where this PvT goes as Clem. Stimpack, Combat Shield +1, all of the setup into a bio game compared to what we were seeing in that kind of last game, which was much more focused on the here and the now and the pushing and getting the damage done already. So a little bit more of a regular kind of setup here for Clem this time around in terms of maybe seeing something that lasts a little bit longer. That last game ended in such a rush as well. Ultra Love, kind of dangerous for that. MaxPax just walks into a Widowmine as well. It's very unlike him. It's the sort of thing where MaxPax just usually is paying attention to those stalkers enough so that he sees the lock on and he sees the realization that he needs to pull out, pull away from that and to get away from it, right? So, yeah. Couple things to look at as we just have the Marines and the tanks joined together. Yo, Elopus Gaming, thank you so much for the 5 month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. This was a very successful sellout segment, guys. I feel like you guys felt bad for me because the game ended just after I did it. You're like, okay, Wardy, that was silly. Here you go. SCVs are pulled. Clem is not just on a nice little macro game. He's on a freaking end the game kind of movement. 1 siege tank, bunch of Marines. SCV is going to make this very difficult. Cyclone goes down. Good force fields. SCVs are going to pull back and try and steer away from everything else that's going on now. The tank will siege. Oh my god, there's the rest of the tanks. Why are the rest of the tanks not here? I'm not sure why they were caught up. Must have been stuck on something or so. As now the rest of the tanks arrive, and they're actually going to honestly not really be that late to the party. I don't think we're going to dive on this as MaxPax. This third Nexus is genuinely in trouble. I mean, he's not going to be able to do much about this right now, no? Marines, SCVs, and tanks keep pushing forward. Nexus going down. Pylon will drop. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers. Well, I mean, you just pulled the probes into this. It's not exactly super fun. 15 workers going down already for MaxPax. Zombie getting chased away. The tanks will edge further forward. I love the bunker on the left side. Going to help to wall off in SimCity this area. Give you more hope against some of the Zealot Warpins that are inevitable here. The Immortal in the front going down. There's a few tanks from the other Zealots from the other side. They want to get on top of the tanks, but the Marines are nearby and they will protect the tanks with utmost importance. And Clem is going to slam another game on the board just like that. It's a 2-0 lead in about 15 minutes. It's not over yet. Okay, let's calm down a little bit, maybe. Oh, it is over. Okay. I was just looking. I'm like, well, maybe. No, it's over. It's okay. We can call the game over. That one's done. Clem just showing up and being ferocious with his openers so far. 2 builds, 2 timings, and 2 games in his favor. Crazy, crazy stuff. Guys, thank you so much for the love and the subs. I've been saying it throughout the Summer Championship, but we are heading toward that 700 sub count. Like, this is... We don't hit 700 a lot anymore. Like, 700 is genuinely a goal because we hit 700 sometimes, but it really doesn't happen like all the time. So it's like that's why that number is there on the screen. So we are 30 away. So thank you so much, because we started the day off at like 6:35 or something. It's kind of a crazy day for subs. Like we obviously just had the 5 gifted come in from next door map, but we haven't seen a bunch of. I haven't seen like a lot of like gifted subs today. So that's really just like a lot of just individual subs going through, which is crazy. So thank you so much. Appreciate the support. Thank you for supporting the channel and the StarCraft 2. We appreciate you guys as we get ready for Game 3 of this series. It is going to be CLEM. It is going to be MaxPax. And all of a sudden, MaxPax is fighting for his winner bracket life here. He might be taking a trip down to the lower bracket, which, yeah, I think would be a, I don't think it's a shock when you play against CLEM, but yeah, I mean, last time around, it was actually CLEM played here on the first round of the Spring Championship, and that's why he went into the lower bracket. MaxPax ended up going to the Grand Finals through the winner bracket. But it's still, you know, a shock to see CLEM looking this good in just quick, successive games, right? Just bang, bang, couple of nasty builds. MaxPax is just not really set to deal with it at all, and CLEM is able to execute the attacks well, protect his siege tanks. I think it's one of the most important things. We've seen this a lot where players just sort of let their tanks be, and they let, you know, get to go do their own thing, and they're busy kind of elsewhere. And the tanks just kind of get caught by the Zealot flank, and that just doesn't happen from CLEM, so yeah, well played, and CLEM is taking the 2-0 lead in this BO5. And it feels like we barely even started, man. 10 seconds ago, I was doing a sellout saying, wow, it's the last series of the day, let's mention the subs and stuff, and then the next thing I know, it's freaking 2-0. Yeah, this really has been an absolute spam of a couple of games. That's a Marauder. Thank you so much for the 6-month resub on the Prime. I love that name. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you for supporting with that Prime sub. Which race would I say has the nastiest early game builds? It's generally tough. I don't think Zerg has the nastiest. Because if you've got to think about all matchups, like Zerg have a lot of Windows ZVP and stuff. Honestly, maybe just Terran. Because Terran have all the proxy stuff as well, and all of that kind of thing, I think goes a long way too, so maybe just Terran. Very Terran cheese you can name 2 Protoss cheeses. Okay, but that doesn't mean like they're the nastiest. Like Protoss cheeses don't even feel that nasty anymore. It's not even about cheese. It's also about the timings, and there's just so many kind of early game timing windows from Terran that they hit again and again and again. They get so much done with. I think everyone has some early game kind of nasty stuff they can do, to be fair. I think that's what it comes down to. Like, really, everyone has options almost. I'm gonna take a couple moments. Hallucination onto the map. And for MaxPax right now to try and play as clean as possible game here. Marines, the Cyclone, just going to continue through for a few moments. Feel like Council Building Gateways on the way up. As our starport finishes, I imagine Medevac can get on the map and try and deal some damage again. That's definitely the way that Clem's been playing so far. Next coming through, Cyclone has the lock on. Hallucination going down. That will be a kill. That will be a grab. The blink coming up halfway done. Tanking a couple of Marines coming over. Marines is going to step forward. Stalker goes down. Oh, we kill the Cyclone pretty quickly, but Clem's at least going to get quite a few Stalkers. The Sentry in some trouble as well. Get rid of that Guardian Shield. The Marine's getting close enough to these Stalkers to be a genuine issue. And we step forward to get the medevac. Clemens doesn't mind, because now he's in the mineral line. He can get probes, another Stalker. Probes pull away now. This is a very successful time from Clem. 5 probes, 5 Stalkers, and a Sentry. Resources lost will be in his favor. It was a great choice for him to just go further and further forward. He clearly recognized just exactly what he wanted to do there. The opportunity that was kind of sitting in place. He really went and grabbed the chance, to be honest. Went and grabbed the chance. Tank gonna fly a couple Stalkers, take some shots. We'll be seeing MaxPax not able to do much on the counterattack. Losing 5 Stalkers takes a lot of his counterattack ability away. Sim combat and the +1 building up, the +1 attack upgrade coming through. A couple of probes and the Stalker still building. Stalker's going down. It's not pretty for MaxPax. Every time he jumps in, I mean, this time he gets a siege tank, but it feels like it comes at a cost. 2 more Stalkers. In a game where you've already been losing that kind of Stalker count a little bit. I've got to liberate siege up for a few probes on the other side of the map. All of those bio upgrades now coming in. There was a 3rd CC, so we're not going to see the SCV pull this time, but yeah, still not exactly ideal. So it really can't do much. The defense is a little bit too good right now. Gonna be a little bit too much. Prism will get a few more Zealots warping in right now. Marine's actually going to try and get onto the Prism already, so even that option's been taken away from MaxPax. These Stalkers want to go and intercept the Marines, but they took a volley on the way in. They get softened up, and now being chased, they stopped for a second as well. Clem Nelly gets the catch. Oh, they should have a blink, surely. They get away. My goodness. Prism coming by, a couple of Zealots still gathering together. Marine's going to be there, the Viking flaring. Prism going to be taking some damage. If MaxPax steps out the front, there's a few units around the top side. Those few Zealots looking for a way in. We'll have the sensor tower finishing at the front. The Stalkers going to get the Widow Mine. Just going to pick that off. +2 attack coming about. The Prism still up to the top. IO gathering. Missile turret right there. Prism gets turned around. Yo, thank you, Unhasty, by the way. Prime sub. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Well, Storm's coming down. Ooh, that Storm on the bottom was nice. Well, I'm in a bit of a weird spot where he's going to get zoned out now by the High Templar, so He needs to figure that out. The Zelds get all the way up into his main base. Wow, what a swing around from MaxPax. A few storms and this game just flips on its head, no? This one just ends. That was absolutely... I mean... Comes up 20 supply. Widowmine hits the Zealots. Just a lot of Zealots. Move away from Storm 1. This up here is bad. This separation is kind of bad. Like, this CC is an issue. Like, I think he needs to lift the CC and run these units over here. This is where a lot of his supply goes down. Like, those units are just dead. And then because he's trying to figure that out, he eats this Storm as well. And then he's just separated by his own CC. God, that is horrible. Good fight. Don't know what to tell you guys. Like this looked like a horrible game for MaxPax start to finish, and he took one very good fight with Storms. I think Clem's just out of position. The fight was very badly taken by Clem. Like I say, the split, the command center between the bases actually really hurt him. He just wasn't ready to fight at all. And all the Zealots being on the top was perfect because there was less of Clem's army on the top. And so because there was less of Clem's army on the top, if the Zealots come from the bottom, Clem has more of a chance of fighting the Zealots. But because he's got the Zealots on the top and there's less of the army there, it just gets overwhelmed so hard. That's a pretty big factor as we get readied up into game number 4 then. So we do have a series. We do have not a 3-0. That's great. So I'm just taking it back. That was kind of a... it was just a very out of left field fight which came out of nowhere. Like, everything went perfectly for MaxPax. The command center, the force fields were great. The Zealots came in from the right direction. Clem obviously panicked a little bit. The army on the top did nothing at all. The army on the bottom ended up getting stormed because he's trying to save the army on the top. Yeah, I mean, incredible fight, and it had to be because MaxPax was not in a good place to start out with either. Like, MaxPax was not in a good position, so like he had to take a good fight, and he took a fight. I think that's what's so astounding. That's why I'm kind of astounded, is because to me, I'm looking at this game as like I think Clem's in a slight lead. I don't think it's like the game's over or anything, but like to me, Clem's in a slight lead. So to me, for the fight to be so astoundingly good for MaxPax that the game just ends right there is kind of like, whoa, you know? You know, if the fight happened and, like, things evened out a little bit, sure. But, like, for Clem to just be, like, dead in that moment was pretty nutty, actually. Pretty crazy. It was just genuinely a very good fight. Took a moment to really process what we were watching, to be honest. As apparently MaxPax DC'd and is just logged back in. We're in a lobby where MaxPax is the host, but MaxPax is asking for an invite. So that's our current situation, guys. What fight? He stormed him twice and it's over. Barely any micro. I mean that's still a fight by your description. But I mean, he also dropped force fields that completely stopped Clem from playing. He took advantage of the position was picked by MaxPax as well. He could have gone in from the left side, but it would have been terrible in comparison because the CC was perfect for him. Just stormed him twice. MaxPax's account is currently stuck in the other game. What happened to all the Zerg players? It's just been less Zergs for a while, honestly. I mean, Dark went to military. Reno and Cyril don't play online events. The Korean Zergs just slowly kind of retired. A lot of the Korean Zergs just went to military and didn't come back. I think we're in trouble here, guys. MaxPax can't join the game. This is fun. Do 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 do. Alright, we will get into game number 3 here, game number 4 here, guys, in a second. We're gonna have MaxPax playing on a barcode because his other account is locked into a lobby that no one can that he owns, but he doesn't have access to anymore. It's a funky one. What's up, Morsetta 42? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Ready up. Thumbs down, and we get ready to send it into game 4, guys. MaxPax and CLEM. Map 4 coming up right here, right now. Am I gonna do I need to time out people that are just saying the word A moving? Guys, by definition, if you A move, you shouldn't be able to cast multiple force fields and storms. So, let's just, you know, at least use our common sense a little bit. Because right now, if you just say that he A moved, when he literally did other things at the basic level before analyzing anything else in the fight, you are looking to be less intelligent than the Protoss players you are calling stupid and A moving, you know? So let's just chill out a little bit. I see A move being thrown around everywhere right now. Let's just chill. Ay ay ay. In the top right side is our Red Terran play. Up 2-1 in this best of 5 against MaxPax in the bottom left. That's the yellow Proby on the other side next coming through. I'm just going to see that a little bit harassed to start off with at the moment. Coming over, Reaper in the factory continue to come through. Stalker going to be popping out. We'll get on the way. So we've seen the sentry coming about. We'll get coming up. Cyclone on the way through. We just get settled in for a few moments. Yes, guys. MaxPax is on the barcode. His other account got bugged out. His PC crashed when he hosted. And as such, he actually got locked out of all the games. So, because for some reason his main account is still in the lobby of that we were trying to host, so we actually had to rehost as well. So he's had to switch accounts, otherwise we were getting caught up. So that's what's going on. Mentioned about to finish, the Reaper coming through. I'm just gonna have the blink in the warp gate coming up. Couple gates about to finish. The blink is very much so on the way. So we've seen the love shots from the Reaper and the Banshee and the Tank and Marine on the way as well, so opportunity. Gonna be a couple of Widow Mines gonna get burrowed up, bang bang. Go after those probes. Didn't really target as much as he could have done there, but does save one Widow Mine, so he's able to make a little bit of an evacuation for the moment. So we've seen the hallucination still poking through as well. Right now, pushing that back along the other side. And again, a couple of those probes going down. The Banshee tank on the way up. Marines and the cloaking coming online as well. Continue to bring this through right here as we have the SCVs are going to start pulling. Marine tank will head across. Your SCVs are pulled with it, so CLEM back onto a very aggressive poke at the moment. Siege getting intercepted though, those few Stalkers in a great position. That slows down a lot of the reinforcement waves. Now there's not a lot here for MaxPax right now. CLEM will just siege and he's going to start bunkering immediately, looking to get to this gateway. Well, the gateway goes down quickly. He's going to have the Widow Mine. It's too late to get here. If it burrowed any sooner, we would have actually had a Widow Mine shot on some of the Stalkers. That would have been nice. The grenade's pretty good from the Reaper. 10 probes end up going down. CLEM actually only loses 2 SCVs here. The SCVs are still building the bunkers, by the way. Let's make sure we stop those, which is going to actually take the Stalkers' attention for a moment. Oh my goodness. We just denied the bunkers in time. That actually became super close. Those bunkers go, that's a continued issue. 9 army supply to 30. CLEM still has a major advantage right now. The Stalker count not good enough to fight the Banshees off. If the Stalkers wanted to go after that tank, that's going to be difficult. The Banshees coming through. We get rid of the Observer as well. New Observer has to start building because he does have Cloak. So now we're going to go after the Robo Facility. If we kill this and no Observer comes out, then we are in trouble. They're going to cloak up because he realizes there's no Observer right now. The Observer is about to spawn. We could get a scan on it as now the Banshees are revealed again. We're going to get it! It goes down! The Robo Facility will be targeted. Or, well, do we even need to? We have a choice. We could have just gone after Stalkers there with those Banshees. He's going to get the Robo, though, because the Robo means no detection ever again. And Clem's realizing that must be the only Observer in the game. MaxPax realized it when that first Observer went down. He instantly cancelled and then built another Observer. And it does look as though CLEM is going to be able to take this series 3-1 into the upper bracket finals for himself. Looking for that GG. Nexus goes down. Banshee's still chasing, couple of pros going down, Stalker's still moving. We have ourselves the Stalkers doing what they can to intercept, and hey, that's going to work a little bit as we actually need to deal with this as CLEM. He's going to get a few of the Stalker kills. MaxPax doing what he can. All he can really do is intercept reinforcements and look for fights that are one-sided in his favor. And he's trying to do exactly that right now. Stalker's going to fight. Just going to be seeing the Marine tank still going through. The Banshees are fighting as well. Banshees will still chase. As the bunker sets, I mean, this is... MaxPax is playing one-pace defense at the moment. Not letting this series slip away too easily, but it is unfortunately gone. Shooting away, GG gets called. CLEM is going to take the 3-1 victory. Just like that. So, 3-1. And that is going to be our series. And also, day number 1 of the playoffs wrapped up. It's a cool series in the end. Let's have a look at the bracket. As CLEM and MaxPax gets resolved. So this is where the bracket sits at the end of all of this, guys. So in the top side of the bracket, CLEM sits in the upper bracket final. You'll play one of Hero, Classic, or Cure. Whoever is able to move through that slalom most easily. MaxPax drops to the lower bracket in the same round as Nightmare, as Nightmare has obviously taken down Zan in the lower bracket already. Next time, you will be seeing Classic versus Cure, into the loser versus ByuN, into the winner versus Hero, into these lower bracket quarterfinals. Probably this one, then this one, actually. Because, yeah, they'll probably do that, but we'll sort that out later on. But that is the setup, that is the situation. And then the final day will be lower bracket semi, upper bracket final, lower bracket final, grand final. So, yes, that is our bracket. That is our Summer Championship bracket. Again, top 2 qualified to the 2025 Championship. The rest fighting for money as well. And yeah, thanks so much for watching, guys. Some great viewership at the end. 1,500 viewers on Twitch, 400 on YouTube. So thank you so much. We almost broke the 2K viewer mark. That's awesome. Glad we got a good series. It was an aggressive series. Like, these games had like fire behind them, but I'm glad we got some good views at the end of the day. So thank you so much for watching, guys. That's it for me today. We will be back on the next broadcast day, which is going to be Tuesday. Tuesday is going to be our next day for the playoffs, and then obviously tomorrow is WardiTV Mondays, so that's going to be the plan around. I will host someone up once we're done with the ads here on the outro as well, so if you stick around on Twitch, the host will come through. And otherwise, you guys have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys next time for more StarCraft, and you guys have a great time. Thank you so much, and I appreciate you all. Take care of yourselves. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for all the love as well. We had a lot of subs today, so thank you so much for the support. Like I say, super appreciate it. It really does help these tournaments happen. I had a little speech about it earlier, but yeah, these tournaments happen with your support, so thank you so much for that. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for the WardiTV Monday Cup. Bye.